Okay. Oh, sound alerts. I thought I fixed you. That was a lie. Alright. Let's get started. I honestly did as much as I could in terms of, like, preparation here. I finished the challenge rules, but I really need to make Sims. There were some for download, but I wasn't super satisfied with all of them, so we're making our own. And it's fine. Everything is fine. I'm gonna start off with the first wagon, which I'm leaning towards this being my leader, but I haven't fully decided yet. I feel like I'm gonna make the Sims, place them, and then I'm gonna decide what I'm gonna do. So Morgana Wolf is who's gonna be first. Because the Sims that I've assigned to each wagon, mostly it was a space thing. I have more wagons that I fully intended to have here, but there's going to be the Wolf family, the McIrish and French family, Kate Pistachio, and Abraham Finkel. Because it was common on the real Oregon Trail for people to hire help. Essentially, not a lot, but a little bit. And the Wolves were wealthy enough that my idea with this wagon is the people they're bringing with them are like their remaining staff. So the people who chose to go with them to Oregon, because, I don't know, Thornton's probably doing something sketchy. So let's start off with Morgana. I have downloaded some Sims, but we'll get to them later. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I've never actually played with either Morgana or Thornton. Thornton? That's a really hard word to say. It should be Thornton, but it's Thornton. Okay, that's fine. I'll eventually get it. Yeah, I've never actually played with them. I played The Sims 3, but it was very, very, very limited. The only Sim that, like, stuck in my brain was Cyclone Sword. I kind of remember the Wainwrights a little bit, but yeah, most of these Sims did not ring a bell. Okay, that has freckles, so she can't have that skin tone. She is not a freckly lady. Oh, you might see cats in the background. My tiny little ginger cat's a bit of a jerk. Just sometimes. The dog is also here, but she is sleeping. For once, she does not hear me talk and go, oh, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? So, we'll see. She might jump into my lap. Alright, so it looks like she has violet eyes. My throat is so dry today. I think it's just kind of nervous because literally right after this stream I have to go to the doctor, and I'm one of those people that if I have to do something like 4 hours ahead of time, I'm ready. I am in the parking lot of wherever I need to go, just sitting there waiting because like I can't handle it. I'm just so afraid of being late, which is ridiculous, and I know this and I'm trying to get better at it, but like, yeah, it's problematic. All right, I'll put that on there. So the way that I make Sims typically is, obviously I put a hair on them that's gonna keep everything out of the way, and then I'll pick a hair later, but I try to select a base template that's gonna fit sort of what they look like, and then I can tweak it from there. I also make sure that I pick eyebrows that really seem like the right shape, obviously the right color, but like really the shape is the important thing here. And she's got somewhat thick eyebrows, but they're very archy. I'm gonna have to arch them a bit more with the actual shape, but it also looks like she's got kind of a long face. I'm not sure. I wish I could show you my whole screen, but I have so many windows open that you don't need to see it. It gives me anxiety to see it, so I'm not going to put them all up. But like, Morgana Wolf. Yes, sim making. I'm kind of glad that I didn't make them ahead of time. I was going to, because I have the challenge rules all set, and then I was like, well, we can make them on stream together. I think I'm going to start with this one. You can also, I don't know if you guys know this, but like, you can tweak so it's a blend of templates. I've seen people say that you can do multiple ones, but I've never had that work for me. Like, say I did this, and then I went to try to add this one, that snaps that one away. So I usually won't do that, only because I'm going to change it so much anyways that it doesn't really matter. So I'm using just her basic wiki photo. What's this again? I always forget what some of these are. I love the names of these, by the way. Stupid line be gone slider. I know what this is. It's sometimes you get like this weird line here and you want it to go away. Okay, so first things first, we want to get kind of the basic where everything needs to go. So I want to make sure that her eyes are kind of where they should be. Looking at the picture, the corner of her eye is very even with her nose. So I'm going to put that kind of there. I'm going to arch her brows now just so that I know space-wise what I'm working with. And again, all of this is going to be very heavily edited, but this is the best way I've found to do it, is just get the right shape and then you can mold things. It's sort of like working with clay. You get the shape down and then you can kind of tweak and fix things. She really doesn't have too long of a nose, so that's fine. Her mouth is much higher. Also, I just need to point out my dog has gas and I am suffering, and you all need to know that. I did mention she joined us, but yeah, I don't even know what she did. Usually it's because she got a treat she wasn't supposed to. Not from me. I don't give her anything she's not supposed to have, but she's very good at begging, and so people just give her things. And by people, I mean my partner, but he's learning. He's learning the error of his ways, because I will lock her when he's home. I will lock her in his like little office while he's working. I'm like, no, you gave her a cookie, or you gave her a strawberry, or you gave her something that she can have. It's not going to make her sick, but it is going to make her smell, and then I make him deal with it. All right, eyes. They're kind of almond shaped. I have so many sliders, and honestly, I could have a million more and not be satisfied. I think one thing I am going to do, which is something that I also tend to do a lot, is I will pick a different eye, because if you start off with the wrong one, I just feel like you can never get the right shape. And the problem with these Sims 3 Sims is their eyes are like, they're very specific. And I hate all of these. Why do I not like any of them? I could work with that one. Okay. Back to the eyeballs. These need to be much bigger because she's bug-eyed like all of the Sims 3 Sims. The lid. Okay. Need to get higher. Okay. Alright, now we're going to actually tweak. Now the problem with Sims 3 Sims that I already kind of foresaw, but we're going to do our best, is they are pudding. And obviously Sims 2 Sims are very angular is the word that I'm going to use. Like there's lots of sharp corners, like even if you use a very soft skin tone, they pointy. And that difference in aesthetic is going to be what it is. Like I can't, and I don't really want to change the game so that they look super soft. So we are dealing with that kind of limitation there. I always wondered why they went with kind of like the pudding-esque look. Because it just seemed like if you're gonna change the art style, it should at least be appealing. Yeah, they like it should be appealing, and they're just so soft, and like they remind me of like baby dolls that you would have as a kid. Like there's just nothing there, and it's like, okay, like I'm looking at Morgana Wolf right now. She could be 15 or she could be 40 and just aging very well or using Botox. Like it's just, and I know there's a lot of things about Sims 3 that I do enjoy, and like I wish that there was a system out there that would run the game in a way that was not so frustrating, but there's just not, honestly. I mean, people have found ways to make it work for them, but it's just... I remember the one time I opened it, and I only had like 4 or 5 expansion packs. Like, I didn't have that many. I still don't. It's the one game that I've never completed. And you just start getting all these pop-ups, all these things. Hey, you want to go over here? Over here? Noise, music, sound! And I'm just like... And I had such bad anxiety that I had to close the game and walk away. And I've never had that happen to me before, but it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a bit much for me. And I had like a little bit of a legacy thing going on for a while, but it wasn't worth it. Yeah, I've seen some really good looking Sims in Sims 3. Treason and Plot is one that I really enjoy, that story, and like I love following it, but I just could not be me. I wish. But I can enjoy it, and it's so sad too, because like on paper, The Sims 3 is probably like my dream game. It has a lot of aspects that I really enjoy, especially like the pets part. The pets were really awesome in my opinion. I know people found it tedious to control them, but like we had horses, and you could go collect your little snake, and I love that. I had a Sim that I went and had her collect animals. She had a whole room full of them. It was great. And you just can't, it's not the same in the other games, no matter what mods you have. It's just not, it's so much better when it's a built-in game mechanic. And so I was always very sad that part of The Sims 3, like, and that's probably the only time we're going to get that kind of thing, because of course. But yeah, it did make me sad that I just could not handle that game. Maybe in 10 years, maybe I'll move to Sims 3. It'll be fine. Except I like The Sims 4, so I probably am not going to, even though The Sims 4 is so broken. Which I'm so like, oh, that's what this is. I was trying to figure out. Sometimes I have to move the slider to figure out what it is. I'm so excited about the new expansion pack, but I'm also dreading it, because you just know it's going to break the game. You know it. You know all the mods are going to be broken, and it's my problem that I've had forever with Sims 4 is just... I mean, it's nice that they constantly update it, but when you also constantly then need to update your mods, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't want to do that. Even in Sims 2, like, the sun and moon objects will get updated, and I'm like, I don't want to update them right now, so I won't. Like, I won't. I won't update them. I will wait, like, I think the last time I waited the full rotation of Adira to do it, because I knew that it would be kind of a butt. Yeah, it's gonna break it. And I'm so excited for it, and I am gonna obviously get the expansion pack, because I have hope. I have hope. But, yeah. Now that I'm looking, I don't think she actually has eyelids. Is she supposed to be Asian? Or monolithed? Because I saw a lot of eyeshadow, so that's why I was like, make sure she has an eyelid, and then I'm like, I don't think she does. So we can just undo that. We just gotta be careful when we undo that. Yeah, these eyelid sliders make my life. Right? Gotta go fix them again. I was so mad the first time that happened when it broke everything, because I'm like, that shouldn't even matter. Skin tones and eyes and defaults, like, that should not break the game when you get, like, a new expansion pack. The irritation. Because I found an eye set I really liked, and it hasn't been updated. I also I got it, but, like, it made me really mad that, like, custom aspirations and custom traits were constantly breaking. Because that was, like, the one thing that was making the game kind of tolerable for me. Because you don't have a lot of them, and it's like, I don't want... When you have 80 or so Sims populating your neighborhood. I don't want, I think it's like 20 aspirations. That's not very many. So it's okay. I'm still gonna play it. As terrible as it is, like, part of me can't wait until The Sims 4 is like done and they stop updating it and they move on, because then I'm gonna have a very, very, very cool medieval setup in The Sims 4. But I'm not gonna even consider it until it's done. Although one of the things that kind of makes me nervous, which we're experiencing in Sims 2 quite badly currently, is like custom content going down and not being available anymore. I don't know if any of you have tried to access Plumbob Keep, but it is currently down, and there's a Discord and they're trying to archive everything that was there, but basically Sunny was the one who ran the forum, and now that she's gone and has been gone for a while, it went down, and there's no way for us to there was no way for anybody to do anything initially, and still, yeah, it's sad. And it makes me sad kind of in a weird way, because like I used to be very active on Plumbob Keep, and I kind of stopped for a variety of reasons, mostly anxiety, and then that was one of the things that I was always like, if I can just get my anxiety under control, you know, I could start participating here again, because it was really fun and I like the community. And now it's gone, and I'm just like, really? 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 But that's okay. I joined the Discord, and I am going to try. That's part of the reason why I didn't have all of this done, is I was checking my downloads to see what I have, because my downloads folder's a mess. Yeah, like, it's just gone, and I don't like how much of, just in general, a lot of things are online now, and it scares me in a lot of different ways. The Sims 2, yeah, but like, also just in general, like, it could be a dark age if we like lose technology for whatever reason. Yeah, like I feel like the Sims 4 community and the Sims 3 community are not as good as archiving, which I guess, but yeah, we archive so much and still it's getting lost. It's just like, especially when people take things down. Like it's still my number one gripe with anything, is when people take the CC down. I'm like, just stop it. Yeah, like they just don't even, yeah, Sims 4 community with the CC. I'm just like, you just don't care. Okay, cool. And I don't know if it's because it's easier to make CC. I've heard that. So maybe it's just like people don't feel the loss as much, but I don't know. I'm really not finding any profile pictures of her. And when I say profile, I mean like this, which is irritating because I don't really know what her nose looks like. But at the same time, that means I can just pick what her nose... Wait, there's one. I saw that. I had no idea that was a thing. And then people are like, don't recolor my things. And I was like, wait, what? What do you mean don't recolor? Who cares if somebody recolors? That's like been a staple of the entire community forever. Who cares? I don't understand that. I don't understand it at all. I'm baffled by that. Like, I guess, but if I want to recolor something for myself, I'm going to do it. I don't tend to release CC anyways, because I'm scared of breaking people's games, but like, I'll do lots, and I'll do Sims, and I will do like pet stuff, but I get nervous. I feel like her nose needs to come down a little bit more. And it needs to be wider. Okay, maybe down a little bit more. And then it's kind of bulby at the end. So like, but not the like the tip isn't. I use weird terminology. I'm aware of that, but that's another thing. Sims 3 noses are just kind of odd. Because I feel like this middle bit on almost all of them comes way far down. And it doesn't always make sense for that to be true. Let's move her mouth down. Also the mouths, they tend to have very wide mouths. I'm seeing in a couple CC makeovers and also just people, because like her mouth is actually not this wide. It's just the wiki photo. Maybe she's smiling? I don't know. So I'm not going to make it quite that wide. But I will make her a little smiley. And I just feel like she looks different in every single picture, like her mouth. Because the wiki photo, it's like very wide, kind of smiley, just kind of plain. Then down here, it's kind of like curved. And she's got like a very strong cupid's bow. Like that. And then I'll make that a bit smaller. There. And I do have, where is it? There. I love this one. It can change the mouth. Like, you don't even have to do anything else. You just change this part and it changes it so much that I'm pleased. I don't think this looks very much like her. It's just, it's hard. There actually was a download of the Wolf family, but I didn't really like it. And it was just personal preference. Like, this is not against a creator or anything. I just didn't personally care for it. There goes the dog. You know, I think I'm okay with that. I'm not really going to put, obviously, makeup on anybody. Is that a dimple? No, it's... My screen has something on it. Okay. Yeah, she wouldn't have freckles because I'm seeing her as kind of like an upper class lady. She's not gonna have makeup or anything. I don't think I have lashes, no. So yeah, I don't think there's anything else we need in here for her, maybe. That's fine. Okay, your little eye shine. So let's pick out a hair, because I went a little wild with the hairs, it must be said. And of course I was trying to download things the day that Plum Bob Keep went down. I was so upset. That also hampered me quite a bit. I was so upset, because I was upset the forum went down, and then I was like trying to get these downloads that I knew existed, and I'm just like, I can't find anything, I can't find anything, I can't find anything. Like, a lot of Skellington stuff is just gone right now. Not all of it, but a lot. She only had it on Plum Bob Keeps. I'm hoping that she updates it, but I don't know. I kind of want to go with Little Fancy. Yeah, downloads are absolutely hiding. Although, I know that I have some Western CC on my old computer that randomly shuts down on me every 10 minutes. Which is my other frustration, is like, I probably have a lot of this CC that's lost. It's just, I'm so disorganized that I can't feasibly provide it to people. So I probably need to do something about that. I don't want her to have bangs. She didn't have bangs. I don't think she should have bangs. I didn't download, this is also a limited folder. I didn't download a ton of CC on this just because, well, with the issues, and also it wasn't necessary. I really like this braid. Like, I know it is anachronistic as heck, which I hope is how you say that word, but who knows. But I like it. I think she should have full-on Gibson girl, like, but I also want to put her in a hat. You can't really do Gibson girl in a hat. Also downloaded bonnets. That was a find. Could give her like a fancy braidy thing. I was originally going to go pretty historically accurate here. Like, I had years for the dresses. I had a whole bit, but then I was like, no. So we're really leaning towards just like, yeah, I love fancy braids, but technically not appropriate for this. But I don't care. I don't care. They are on the trail. It's going to be hot and dusty. They just want their hair up. But my main thing now is just like Western fantasy. This is basically the Western version of Adiran. Like, it is full fantasy. We are embracing it. We are going full Western romance novel, and that is that. And I'm fine with that. Because then I can do whatever I want. Ooh, how about that? Because I want her to have something a little bit more complicated, so she doesn't have to do it herself, because she's going to have Fiona, River, Molly, and Sandy, and Kate Pistachio. So, like, she's got maids, so she can have somebody doing up her hair. I could maybe do that. I'm back to Gibson Girl again. Because she has very sleek hair in The Sims 3. It's just sleek and long, so not really curly or braided or anything. But she's going to be one of the highest status women going on this, like, first wagon trail. I haven't posted the rules yet. I'm going to, but I really want to play through them. Like, that's my thing with challenges, is I'm like, I need to play through it first and just make sure it works. I think unlocking the Uberhood is the only challenge that I've created that I haven't fully played through to the end. And that's only because it does work. Like, it can go as quickly as you want it to, or not, but it's just more, you must achieve X, Y, and Z. It's not so much things that are too hard. I do like that hat. She could have a fancy hat. Let's do that, because I was saying she's sleek, you know, she likes, or we could do flower. No, I want the hat. I think that's right. That's kind of a higher status item anyways. Let's just go fancy. Which means she's going to need a fancy dress. Now, I did download, you know, kind of ball gown looking things, and that's only because once they finish on the trail, the idea is, you know, they'll get to, I haven't decided what it's going to be called yet, but like the end of Pleasant View Trail. And I will leave those Sims there. I'm going to have story progression. I'm only going to play the leader's wagon, so it's similar to the game. Because in the game, you had your main person, and they had, I think, this is the 85 version. They had like 3 other people with them. So I'll play the main wagon. The other people are represented by other wagons. Lots of things are probably going to happen there, but yeah. And then I'll leave these people to found the town, do what they need to do. Go back and do another wagon load. I haven't actually like written out that part of the challenge yet as well. It's because I want to borrow from like the Build a City challenge, the Royal Kingdom challenge, maybe even the MCC. The goal is to like build a town, but first you have to get your settlers from, you know, the east and get them west. So yeah, that's why I have all the fancy ball gowns, because they will be able to wear them, just not on the trail. But I think because she is a very high status woman, they also have plenty of servants, so she's not really going to have to be doing too much herself on the trail. We can get a little fancy with her. Yeah, fancy ball gowns are incredibly important to my life. To my health, my wealth, and my well-being. Oh my gosh, I'm so antsy right now. I don't want to go to the doctor. I hate going to the doctor. I hate it. Because for years, going to the doctor meant having to argue with another human being about what I'm experiencing. And it took years to get a diagnosis, and yeah. Yeah, I never put my Sims in fancy clothes, it feels like. Like, they have formal wear, but they never parties or anything. Side note, I do have some medieval things thrown in here. That's because my defaults folder, I just copied that one from my medieval area. It was easier. Yeah, I don't throw parties or anything, which I might put into the challenge just to force me to. Yeah, it's just a regular doctor's appointment. I just need a new doctor because I moved and I have medications that need to be continued. I hate going because they always, first thing first, they, you know, every previous doctor that you've ever seen ever in your life is a bad doctor. They don't know what they're talking about. I want to do everything all over. And you're just like, cool. I don't want to be re-diagnosed. I'm fine with my diagnosis. And it just, or they just like make a comment and you're just like, why am I here? But hopefully I'm being positive. My partner actually went and saw the doctor first, so he's like, she's very nice. She likes dogs. It'll be okay. I'm like, I hope so. All right, so we're done with Morgana. I guess Morgana, I don't know. Let's get her husband out of the way. Where's his wiki photo? Oh, he's making a face. Don't make a face. Let me find one that he's not making a ridiculous face. That'll work. Are his eyes gray? Yeah, okay. Okay, no, that's not good. There we go. Yeah, I was not going to install Sims 3 just to get screenshots of these people. It was not happening. Right? They're just like, oh no. Like, because I've had chronic pain issues my entire life, and I'm talking starting when I was 13 years old. And most doctors are just like, you're too young to be in that much pain. And I'm like, okay, but I am, so something's wrong. So fix it. So for years and years and years, I struggled with that. I finally, on accident, just stumbled upon somebody talking about what they had, and I was like, huh, that's ringing a lot of bells for me. And so I brought that information to the doctor and I said, hey, you know how I've been telling you this for years and you've just been saying it's fine. Well, could it be this? And they're like, oh yeah, that absolutely could be. That sounds right. And I'm just like, seriously? And I know people like, you shouldn't be going on the internet and diagnosing yourself, but at this point it feels like you almost have to, because doctors just don't take you seriously. And it's so frustrating because I don't want to be that person. I want to go to the doctor and say, here are my symptoms. You should tell me what is wrong with me because you're the one with the degree. And it just didn't work out that way, and it has continued to not work out that way. See, I'm dreading it. Because not only do I have chronic pain issues, but like I have migraines, which when I was younger, they literally would make me go get a brain scan every single time I had a migraine, even though I have a family history of them. It's not new, it's not shocking, every single time. And I literally had to declare, or I almost had to declare bankruptcy because I didn't have the money for all of this and I didn't have insurance. And I'm just like, ugh. But that's when I found out that you can talk to basically the department, be like, hey, I'm broke, and a lot of times they'll just write it off. And I'm just like, so you made me stress and suffer for no reason. Cool. Whatever. Why do I not? He has like chunky brows. Yeah, it's the worst. It's absolute garbage. They tried, one time I had the flu and all they did was give me a bag of saline, and I only went to the doctor because my boss literally said, she's like, if you don't get a doctor's note, you're going to be fired. And I'm just like, this is stupid. I have the flu. I threw up on the floor at work. Like, and she knew me. I was never sick. So I went to the doctor. They gave me a bag of saline. The bill itself was like $10,000 because it was like an ER special visit, even though it really wasn't, because it was a small town. So and the saline, the bag of saline, which is basically nothing, was $812. I was like, seriously? I could have just gone down to the store and bought some Pedialyte. Like, yeah, I was not a happy camper. And I did dispute it heavily. Normally I would not go with facial hair this soon, which some of these don't have. Why are they not? I know I downloaded the meshes. Oh, that's scary. I've never been in an ambulance, only because I'm terrified of the cost. To be fully honest, I probably should have. But I've been in the emergency room many a time, because I'm not very healthy. Yeah, I had a concussion at work, and I literally walked to the ER, because I was like, nope. It is across the street. I am not calling an ambulance. No, thank you. So he has like pointy, sideburny things, but I think we're going to go mutton chop with him. And I think this is an okay base for what he looks like. Again, it's really hard with the pudding, but we're gonna try. Looks like he has kind of a square face, and just those are throwing it off. Which I have no idea why they decided to put this facial hair in the game. It's awful. It is awful. It's just like this pointy thing under his cheekbone. I'm like, is that your contour? Like, what are you doing? Let's get him square. Where's my, yeah, there we go. Yeah, allergic reactions you don't really want to mess with. Which I'm sure is irritating, but I guess that's the one that I've never had like a major allergic reaction. But also because I'm allergic to like trees, so it's not like I can accidentally consume an olive tree. That would be a talent, but... Alright, now for the part that's going to be kind of hard. His eyebrows. Oh, you're allergic to hair dye? Or probably some of the chemicals, I would imagine. That sucks. There's, you can do like maybe sprays? I don't know. Or henna, but that's only natural colors. Yeah, a lot of people have problems with, even if they're not allergic to the the bleach, and they still have problems with it. That's the one thing that I really don't have too many problems with is, like, I can't smell the bleach, I get migraines, but I use a color eraser actually, which is, you're not supposed to use it for that purpose, but it works pretty well. Yeah, dark hair, you have to bleach, unfortunately. Well, I'm sorry you can't have fun hair colors, as demonstrated here. I love fun hair colors. That was the one thing that growing up, I'm like, when I'm, you know, a grown up, I'm gonna have fun hair. It's gonna be every color. And I've kind of tried to stick with that. All right, I don't think I can do this eyebrow shape because it's like whoop, and I can't do the whoop because like the front part curves like this, and I don't think I can do that. Well, yeah, at least you had some, you got to do it for a while. I said no. I feel bad. There's some people that they can't do it at all because their texture, like the texture of their hair is super thin and it'll just like break it off. And I'm just like, I guess I never really thought about it because my hair's very fine, but I have a crap ton of hair. Like, it doesn't look like it. I walk into a salon, they're like, oh, normal. And I'm like, no, you should book twice the amount of time. And then they start to do my hair and then they're like, oh. But then there's like spots like right here. I have my hair down, but like right here is super thin. And it's because I wore my hair up for like 12 years working in restaurants, and you have like a tight ponytail because you don't want, and I was cooking and serving, but you don't want to get hair in people's food. So I'd have my hair really tight. And it was funny because Jojo Siwa, of all people, started talking about it, and it breaks right here. You'll start to, I have permanent damage to, here, I'll just show you. So you can see how high this goes. Like, I have permanent damage to my scalp. Like, it's not growing back. It's not coming back. And it sucks. And so that's also why I continue to dye my hair, because when it's a darker color, because that hair is also, like, white. And that's the only way that it looks like I have hair there. It's so weird. Yeah, hair is weird. But that's one of the things that people were like, wait, what? You have monster hair. I'm like, I do. And the fact that I have monster hair and I still manage to kill it at my temples is so frustrating. I'm learning to, it used to make me really sad. Because there's always some judgment with, like, technically it is balding. But, like, it would upset me. But after a while, I'm just like, whatever. Like, this is what my face looks like. This is what my hair is doing. It's fine. But I am hesitant a lot of times to, like, put it up. Just because then, of course, people see it and they have to say something. I'm like, just don't worry about it. Do not say anything about another person if they cannot immediately change it, like, in 5 minutes. Like, if there's something in between somebody's teeth, yes, say something. If their teeth are crooked, shut up. Be quiet. That's all you have to do. Be quiet. All right, yeah, I'm not going to try with these eyebrows because I know I don't have a custom brow, and there's no way that I'm going to be able to S curve because I just don't have a slider that's going to only tilt this part, but not. It's like I had this one, but it's tilting up too much. So instead, we're just going to make him look sort of grumpy, and that's what we're going to lean towards. Yeah, that's the thing I never got to is like people saying things about other people. I'm like, just leave them alone. Just be nice. It's literally not impacting you at all. Just be nice. All right. So he's got kind of sleepy looking eyes, I would say. A little bit higher. They really love to have like really high eyes, I'm gonna say. So yeah, they're kind of sleepy. Maybe even, no, not like that. Or deep set, maybe? I don't think you could really do deep set eyes, but I feel like if they could have done it properly in Sims 3, he would have had also. I just noticed something. I don't want that brow ridge quite so pronounced. Alright, so yes, kind of sleepy eyes, a little bit wide. So that's what's going on with my day, my life. And then after I go to the doctor, this is my long day. I'm actually going out to, it's not really a bar, it's kind of like a club. It's like a jazz club kind of thing. They don't play, per my partner who is a musician, they don't play real jazz. They play jazz type covers of modern songs because he's going to be playing there. He's a bit of a music snob. But I've been saying that I was going to go, and I finally invited somebody else to go too, so I'm like, now I can't back out, because every other time I'm like, I'm going to stay in my jammies, I'm going to have hot chocolate and just sit with my dog. Like, I don't want to go out. I'm not a party person, and it's not even really like nightclub type thing. It's actually behind a donut shop, which is interesting. So I'm going to go do that tonight, but that also means, because I'm writing with my partner, that I'm going to be there from 7 p.m. to midnight, which is quite late for me. I'm not that person. Yeah, three things is enough: streaming, doctor, and going out. Like that is all my spoons. That's all I have. But it should be really fun, and I really like the singer. She's so nice, and she's super duper pretty, and she always dresses up like, you know, she has the victory rolls and thing, and it's gonna be fun. And I get to go hang out with people. I'm trying to make friends as an adult, which is kind of challenging, because in school it was just like you were all jammed together anyways. It was much easier. And then when you work in an office, you kind of have people you can talk to, but it's not like, I don't know, it's kind of hard as an adult to make friends. So especially in a new city, and I've been trying. I don't really have advice. Honestly, this person that I'm meeting up with, she is the, I think, girlfriend of my partner's coworker. So he's all, hey, maybe you'll want to hang out with her. And I was like, okay. So like, even then it's like, there's a connection there. Like, and I've tried a couple, like, there's at the library, they do once a month, or they're trying to do once a month. Right now it's like every 3 months, but they do meetups where you do like a one shot. So I've been, yeah, no, it's so hard for me. Like, and I'm bad at peopling anyways, because I'm just awkward, and I don't know. Like, my example is always exchanging phone numbers. Like, I never know at what point you should do that with a person, or like, when do you invite them to, like, I just am not good with social cues. Yeah, probably on some kind of spectrum, because my brother's definitely on the spectrum, but he was diagnosed when he was like 6, whereas with women, you're a lot older. And by then, I already had seen the reaction to him, and I'm like, oh, I just have to not do those behaviors where anyone can see me, and it'll be fine. So, didn't get that diagnosis quite, but I'm bad at social cues. I'm very, very, very bad at them. And yeah, so I just never know how to make friends. And I don't know when I am friends with a person. I'm like, are we friends? I need you to tell me because I don't know. But yeah, so this is the second time that I am meeting up with this person. We went and had like a girls' day where we had lunch at a new restaurant, and then we had we went and got like pedicures. Oh, that's, yeah. I haven't even started I've thought about it because I feel like it's a good idea to just officially have it. But at the same time, I'm so scared of even trying because I feel like they're going to ignore me. Because I have a lot of issues, obviously, but I just feel like they're going to say, no, you're fine, you're social, you interact with people. And I'm like, yeah, but that's all mirroring and not really. Like, again, I am pretty isolated. Like, that's also why I kind of wanted to have a Twitch channel, just so I could talk to human beings. But, yeah, I don't know. It scares me. Like, you're very brave for going for that, and I hope that it goes well for you. I probably should, and I might, I don't know. I talk myself out of it, because I'm like, well, what's the point? Like, I don't really need it for work, I don't really, you know, what's it going to do? But then I'm like, well, it's good to have it on record, just in case. Yeah. That was my whole thing, is I'm like, YouTube has been important for me, and I was like, but it's not quite enough. Because there's still not quite the interaction there that I would get if I was talking to a person somewhere. I don't know. It shouldn't be so hard. Like, getting diagnoses and things, it should not be as hard as it is. But we'll see. Because right now, I was diagnosed a couple years ago with bipolar disorder, but I don't feel like that's right. They literally, the reason why they decided to was because I had a bad reaction to being on antidepressants. Like, it just tanked my mood. But that could be anything. And I don't have any of the behavior. Like, I'm not impulsive. I'm not trying to resod the lawn at 3 a.m. I'm not, like, a lot of the behaviors that are associated with symptoms of bipolar disorder, I don't have. Like, I really don't. I'm like, I think I just have, like, regular depression, and I just happen to not be able to be on an antidepressant without a mood stabilizer. Like, I don't know. I am basically the result of two people who probably should not have procreated. Like, I'm a matchstick house. It's very funny. Because people are like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, no, I've got physical and mental problems. It's fine. No wonder I have no friends. I'm kidding. I have, like, one friend. And that's okay. It's one friend. I'm trying to make another friend. I'm working really hard at that, so we'll see. Alright, I think we're pretty close to his Sims 2 version. His face is a lot wider in The Sims 3, but again, it's pudding face, and I don't feel like that's what they were going for. I'm trying to, like, channel the spirit of what EA wanted. Right? It is doubling the friend number. It totally counts, even though I did not find this person myself. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Alright, and I'm using this hair. I had already picked this out. Yeah. So this is Thornton Wolf. Let's get him in something fancy. It looks like he's in a pinstripe suit a lot of the time. Like blue? Yeah, I'm gonna take it. And I'm also trying to make friends with the D&D people, but also not be annoying, because it's also, again, I don't understand social cues, so sometimes I can be annoying, and I understand that, and I'm trying to do better, but when you don't know what's annoying, just like, I'm sorry, if I'm annoying you, please tell me. But then people don't want to tell you. I'm just like, okay, well, I can't play this guessing game. I don't understand. But that's why I'm honestly very happy with the relationship that I have now, because we're just very, if there's something wrong, we just say it. I'm like, this is so refreshing. Please continue. I don't know what I want to put him in. I mean, I was kind of liking, yeah, I literally like, I don't understand why it's so hard for people not to just say things. Because you read like the articles about like, that are basically just manipulation tactics in relationships, and I'm just like, that seems like a lot. I don't have the energy for that. Nobody's got time for that. What if I put him in like a dark blue? Because he's in a pinstripe suit with like white stripes, but I feel like this is fine. It's not pinstripes, but I feel like that's fine. All right, moving on to the rest of the pizza. We got a lot of Sims to make. Got a lot of Sims to make today. But now we're gonna make Fiona McIrish. This is one I was surprised was not created. I thought that this family would have been created by somebody. Yeah, it's fancier. I was gonna make a match, but then like, eh. I do wish her dress was purple, because she seems like purple is her color, but I also just really like the mustard tones. So we're leaving it. So Fiona McIrish. Also, I guess I can read their little descriptions. Because Morgana, her whole thing was successful career, raise beautiful children. She thought that she married the right guy, but he's kind of a jerk. And Thornton is an only child, overbearing doctor, and a neurotic housewife who never got along, and he's got some problems. And he more married her because it was the proper thing to do, which I really think fits into like this time frame much better than a modern time frame of like he married someone because he was supposed to, because that was very common. But anyways, we are on Fiona now. Fiona, who is focused on raising her teenager and living a healthy life now that her past is behind her. I don't really know what that means. Like I said, I am not super familiar with these Sims. I know when I was making, which we have way more Sims than I originally intended, but I just really liked a lot of them. Yeah, I don't know what the past necessarily means for her. I know that she lives with her friend because her friend's going through a rough time, and she looks like an investigative reporter. But that's really what we get. She's a genius who is handy, a vegetarian, charismatic, and a bookworm. And a tinkerer. That's cool. Alright, let's go back. Yeah, the past is behind her. That's interesting. So what the heck was she up to? I do wish I was more familiar with these Sims. Like, again, I was looking through them and I'm like, this is really interesting. Why were they wasted? Like, it feels like Sims 3 made a bunch of really interesting characters and did nothing with them. And that's sad. So we're going to do them justice. Yeah, I know that I played it, but I never really played with these guys. I can't even tell. Her eyes green? Hold on, let's... The wiki will help me. Okay, her eyes are green. Her hair is orange. I don't know why I went so high with that. It could be down here, but... No, I don't. It keeps trying to make me share my screen because I'm looking at the internet. And I'm like, no. That's not what we're doing here. I'm just using it for reference. So I have a couple shades of green. I've got like this kind of yellowy green, like greeny green, kind of a teal green. I think I have more actually. Oh, these are a different type. The onomatopoeia eyes were like my go-to for years, and then I finally changed to these Y-Sim eyes, which I do love, but I threw some of the onomatopoeia eyes in just to see if I want to play with them. I think we'll go with these, with just like the hint of color. Judy, stop. I don't know if you can hear her, but she has a habit. She has allergies, because of course my dog has allergies. But she sits and like licks her feet, and she'll lick them until there's no hair and she's bald. And I'm like, you don't want that. You don't want that for yourself, dog. Because then she gets cold. Alright, so Fiona really has like narrow features. Like, very narrow. Also, I need to really quickly here stop that. I'm like screen recording in the background because I want to see if I can clip out the sim recording and put those on YouTube, but we'll see. So yeah, she has very like hollow cheeks, kind of down tilted eyes. She's got wrinkles, you know, she's an older lady. And I will alter their ages. Let's just go with that one. She kind of has darker brows too. All of the brows in Sims 3 are really manicured, so I might deviate from those because they shouldn't be super manicured. Like, they just wouldn't have that. I also gave her freckles because I said so. No reason, I just wanted them. I'm gonna go ahead and put her, like, the lines on her face now. Those. It just makes it easier to work around them. I think that's enough. Just checking to make sure there's not anything else. Yeah. Okay, so let's work on Fiona. I do love her name. It is like the most stereotypical name there can be for someone who's portrayed to be Irish, but it's funny. So, it's okay. They loved an arched brow. Like, they really did. I can't remember if, like, that was the thing. I know I played this in college, maybe. But yeah, they loved an arched brow. And then her eyes are up a little bit. And the nose. Yeah, late 2000s is hard for me. Like, I think it's just because at that point I was kind of isolated. I was living in a small town and I was very isolated and on my own, just not really interacting. But I just remember 90s, like, that really pencil thin, like, where women were just plucking their brows so badly that, like, they were also, the hair was not growing back. I remember that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was just the style back then, and that's why they're all like this. And then she's got kind of... I didn't move that even a little bit, but... Okay. I really like these eyes. I just like that there's like the little speck in them. It adds something. I think she is definitely meant to have some cheekbones here. So I get to go a little bit wild. Yeah, that's my one concern with like making these Sims is I'm like, a lot of them look very similar to me, and I do my best. I have an interesting brain, as we've talked about, but sometimes things, especially in games, like they just look the same. I can't differentiate. Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, from what I've played, I'm like, were all the eyebrows like this? I think it was just, that was just the style choice they went with, so that's why I'm letting myself deviate for these recreations. Because they can't all look like that. That's just going to be boring. These are just going to be their idealized Sims 2 versions. Which so far I'm happy with. I'm trying to think, since it implies that she has, like, she wants to live a healthy life and her past is behind her, I like the idea that she was a bit of a party girl. And she's moved past that now, but, like, that's who she was at the time. Also, I kind of want to give her sticky out ears. Just a little sticky out. So yeah, I'm kind of operating under the assumption here that Fiona used to be a party girl. And now she works as a maid in a respectable house, and she's being cool. Like, maybe not even a maid. Maybe she's like the head housekeeper type person. And she went with them because there's always more opportunity. That was really how they got women to go west, was just opportunity. It was a lot freer. You could actually claim land, which a lot of people don't realize was a thing, but like women by themselves were allowed to claim land under the Homestead Act. You still had to meet the requirements, but you could do it on your own if you wanted to. And especially after the Civil War, like, there was no dude to marry, and at the time it was like, well, either you get married or you're a spinster and you rely on the charity of others for the rest of your life. So it was a way for them to have more options. I remember reading this book, and it was like diaries from the Old West, but it was like from women who had actually gone on the Oregon Trail and like their experiences and everything. It was fairly interesting. I actually grew up in Reno, Nevada. And so one of the things that, to this day, I think is the weirdest choice that anyone could make, but they continue to make it. And it was for your 8th grade graduation, you went to Donner Lake. And Donner Lake, for those of you who aren't familiar, is where the Donner Party actually had their issues, shall we say. And yeah, so we would go to the lake. I'm just like, really? And we would go to the museum, and we would go on the little tour, and then we would just go hang out at the lake. And I'm just like, and we did a whole project too before we went on just like in science class, the science of the Donner Party, just like very Donner focused. And I'm like, really? This is what we're doing? Like, this is our Nevada history? This is the aspect of history that we like really want to lean into. And the thing about that whole area is everything is named Donner, which I was telling my partner because he's not from there, and he was like, wait a minute, like, it's literally called Donner Lake? I'm like, yeah, that's the official name. Everything up there is named Don or something. They lean in. It was kind of funny. But one of the fun facts about the Donner Party is a lot of the survivors were women because of their body fat content. And I was like, well, I guess in one way it did pay to be female. There's a fun little history tidbit from my childhood. I still don't know why they thought that was they're like, what are we gonna like really focus, like, it wasn't a senior project, but it was similar to, it was a big part of our grade in several classes was this project, and they're like, let's just go with the Donner Party. I mean, that's the choice I would make because I'm like obsessed with true crime, and I know it's a weird thing, and I know that a lot of women are, but like, it's also still a weird thing. But I don't care. Like, that's something I probably would have done. They had someone like me on the school board just going, yes, Donner Party. Yeah, I don't know what the thought process was. I really don't. There's a lot of interesting things in Reno, and I guess they were just thinking, like, Nevada, there's only so many G-rated things we can focus on. So, I mean, I guess Donner Party's not G-rated, but Reno's an interesting place. I want to go visit, honestly. It's been a long time since I've been in Reno. It's been like 8 years. That was when my family, when I was 16, decided, you know what? How about we go do a little house on the prairie and go build a cabin in Montana to live in? I was very thrilled, as you can imagine. Especially at 16. Like, it all worked out, but like, at the time I was not happy. I was not impressed. I was bribed with a horse, and then I didn't even get the horse. Very rude. You have to pay to go to the playground? Let's go watch ducks. Oh, for school they made you go. That's funny. That would have been enjoyable. Like, the problem with Reno is we didn't have much going for us besides like casinos. So they're like, we can't really take you there. That sounds really cool. We have some stuff like that here, I guess. Not really in Reno. It's been a while since I've been there, but... And we did in Phoenix, which is where I lived previously. I mean, that's fair. I feel like the pay... It's just like botanical gardens and stuff. You're really just paying to help upkeep. Which is one of the things that, like, I'm always cool with paying. Like, when I go to a zoo or whatever, I try to buy merch and things like that just because I know that it's going directly towards maintaining the zoo. Alright, I think she's got kind of a thin mouth. I love botanical gardens. Like, they're my jam. I also like museums. There's not really a ton of museums here that, like, I would prefer to go to, so I haven't been to too many in the current location. Which, no, I'm not going to say where I live because I'm trying to be circumspect. Don't want to be doxxed on the internet. I'll talk about places I did live, but... Yeah, in Arizona, in Phoenix, there's a place called the Desert Botanical Gardens, which is super cool. They have a lot of live music events and stuff. I loved going there. I would go there a lot. Yeah, it is important. I mean, I don't think anyone can find me. I'm not as online as I am. I'm not that online, but better just be a little bit cautious. Alright, so this is what I'm going to go with Fiona. I kind of gave her a bit of an underbite, but I wanted her to have kind of stronger features, but at the same time, there's, you know, some hints of delicacy, because she did have, like, a very narrow face. Oh, I did want to give her... I just want it to look like she's been through some things, but she's gotten through it, and she's fine. Because that's kind of the implication that her bio gives us, is she's seen some things. Might actually give her this hair, but let's keep looking. I have some down hairs for just like when they're in their sleepwear, but not very many. Could give her a braid. She had like a short bob. But since we're leaning towards her being like the head of the servants that are going with this family, I just feel like she should have something a little bit neater and like precise. She did have some wispy bits though. Ooh, I could give her graying hair. I actually like that concept a lot because she did have gray streaks. Cool, okay. Now she needs a hat. Not that hat. Bonnet. We might be able to get away with that bonnet. The one downside to having like hats as accessories is the clipping. It's like a giant bowler hat. No. 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 It's a bit fancy for a servant, but I do love these hats. I don't really like that one for her. That's not... Nope, that's not how that's supposed to look. I'm gonna guess the hair is interfering with that, because it's not how it's supposed to look. Okay. That's a bit too fancy for her. No, I'm all out of hats. I think we're gonna try to do, not this one. Yeah, I definitely leaned into the hat thing. I think this is okay because it looks fine from the front. And yeah, we got a little bit of clipping in the bun, but I think that's fine. She needs a head covering because it's going to be hot. And she's going to be a little less smartly dressed. For a second, I thought that was leopard print, and I'm like, what is that doing here? Could do something like that. I don't think that's too fancy for her. The tartan? I mean, she's got a big skirt, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. Trying not to spend a ton of time on clothing. All right, now River. I can't remember, is River yeah, River is the teenager, Sandy is the child. Which is... And River's description is, River is the epitome, or epitome, God, I always say that word wrong, epitome of the girl next door and wants to be a famous artist someday. So I'm actually going to clone Fiona, make her a teenager, and work from there. Now it looks like she has, I don't know if that's brown or red. What does the wiki say? Brown with green eyes. Okay. I might give her a slightly darker skin tone. Just to differentiate a bit. She also has green eyes, but I'm just gonna give her a different color. I do wish I had a darker green. Like, I like these YSIM eyes, but there is some absences of really rich dark colors. I just always forget to add them. Like, there's not super dark blues or like an almost black sort of brown. Like, that's the darkest you get. Well, I guess it's kind of like that. I just would like some darker tones. But I will probably need to make those. I keep slouching. And if I slouch, you can only see my head, which is kind of weird. I guess it's my reminder to sit up straight. Alright, so let's take off... Okay, I don't have wrinkles for that age. Good. Also, she's getting a gap tooth because I think it's super cute. Don't judge me. So let's work on her features. Again, she's a lot more rounded than I would care for. But we can work with it. I probably should work with her as an adult, shouldn't I? I just want to make sure she doesn't look weird. No, we're going to work with her as a teen, and then we're just going to see what happens. Whatever she turns up as is what she's going to turn up as. She does seem like she has overall a wider face. I mean, this is the nicest way possible. She's got a bit of a chipmunk face, which is not a bad thing. And again with the brows. I'm gonna go with that. Her eyes are a lot sleepier than her mom's. So let's plunk that down. They're kind of wider too. I was kind of surprised by some of the poll results that I got. I wasn't really sure like who was a fan favorite. Although I'm being surprised now by the... I'm running a bracket for essentially the Uber hood to determine like who's the most popular sim or whatever. I don't know. Who gets the most votes? And it surprised me in Strangetown that all the aliens got knocked out and Vidkin and Loki. I'm just like, wait, what? Like those were the ones that I thought were going to top that. Yeah, it's been going so weird. Like, I wasn't really sure what was happening, but like, it's going a little weird. Right now, my bets are on Olive just because she's dominating. Yeah. Like, Nina, I get. Titania, I get. But like, I can't believe Vidkin didn't win. Like, I really thought a Curious Brother was going to get it, and if a Curious Brother didn't get it, I thought it would either be Loki or PT number 9, because that's just, those are the ones you always see. So I thought, oh, well, those are the ones that are popular on the internets. Like, but nope. Also, Strangetown Belagoth has gotten way farther than I ever anticipated. I was just like, okay, that's a choice. I guess that can happen. I just didn't think that it would. And they're getting a lot, like, it's a lot of voters, so I just, yeah, Rip I thought would get further too, and he did not. He got knocked out, and I was just like, I think Pascal is the only one that I kind of was originally thinking maybe would make it that's still there, but yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see who's going for what. I also thought, just for like giggles, that the Grim Reaper would make it further. But no, people were not in a mood to play around, I guess. I'm trying not to change her too much because I do want her to look like her mom. So I'm really just changing a few things here and there. Although I don't think that she looks like her mom at all. I want her to look like her mom. And frankly, that's what's going to win here. Alright, I think that's fine. Alright, so for hair, I mean, I kind of let. I'm going to use this hair, I don't know when. I want her to kind of have a reddish tone, but I don't know. I think she's supposed to be kind of young. Again, I'm not super sure, like, their intentions, but I think she is supposed to be fairly young as a teenager. Like, she's a teen, but she's not, like, almost an adult. Actually, I like that. Because, like, the younger girls would probably have their hair down. So let's go with that, and then, as I said, there is some medieval stuff in here. It's fine. The real question is, what do I have for teens that is not fancy? She might have to go in that. Although I do have these. And she's dressed in green. Oh no, it's not clipping. That's her hair thing. That's fine. We'll go with that. All right, Molly French. I think she's a very pretty sim. Like, I remember I was looking at her and I'm like, oh, she's, for a Sims 3 sim, she's not bad looking. She doesn't look as pudding face as the rest of them. So her kind of description is, sometimes Molly gets the feeling that Fiona and River think she parties too much, but that's what Molly loves to do, so oh well. Fair. That's fair. So I kind of like the idea that we mentioned before, that Fiona was like a party girl before, but is no longer, you know, she's cleaned up her act kind of thing. So maybe that's why she took Sandy in or brought her into the household. Is she's trying to help out her fellow party girl. I do like the idea of her being a bit buxom is the word I'm going to use here. I had to think about that one for a minute. Just because it kind of makes sense. She's got brown. Also, the skin tone's a bit darker than I thought it was. Let's go just a shade or two lighter. Yeah, that's fine. Brown hair, brown eyes. And then we'll start with she's got very big lips. I think that's a good base to begin with. Alright, so once again we've got the archy brows, just arch to heck and back. So we'll go with those. And then they're up a bit. I hate when I see the slider that I want and then I'm just too in the zone and clicking and then I click away. Like, dang it, that's not what I want to do. Alright, her eyes are a bit bigger. It's about the distance her nose is, and then her mouth, honestly, is even bigger than that. I don't know if this is Botox or what, but she's got a mouth. Was Botox even super a thing when this game came out? I don't even know. And then we'll... Okay, that's a good base to go off of here. I actually kind of just like how that looks, but it's not quite right. She does have cheekbones, I will say. I'm really glad that, honestly, that she made it, because she was one of the ones that I thought was very different looking. She doesn't really have... Again, she's got like the sleepy-eyed look, which I don't want all the Sims to have that same eye shape, so I'm kind of gonna alter it depending on what I'm feeling in the moment. So for her, I want to give her kind of hooded eyes. And kind of a bit closer. Alright, so she's got like full-on button nose. Where are you? It's not the slider I want. Where's the other one? Am I just completely missing the other slider that I want? Where's the... Oh, right there. I'm like, where did it go? Where's the slider I'm looking for? But they do, and then like I get so confused because I know it's there and I just can't see it. She's a very tiny nose. And then her mouth is just round. I kind of want to give her a little bit of a smirk. There we go. And also a tiny bit of a dimpled chin. I just think that suits her. Not a perfect likeness, but again, I'm not trying to only portray what they look like because it's Sims 3 Sims. And then I want her to have a darker lipstick. Okay, I don't think she could get away with it. I was like, could she maybe get away with some eyeliner? But no. Because I have defaults in, so they're not the, for some things. But yeah. Do I not have any blush? I thought I had like lighter blushes. Boo, no blushes. But let's give her that. No, that's all right. We're just gonna leave her like that. In terms of hair, again, since we're leaning towards this, like, not wild child, but kind of party girl aesthetic of she kind of doesn't care like what other people think she's going to wear, what she wants to wear. I do want to give her, she did have kind of wavy hair as well, so I want to give her something kind of pretty. Because she strikes me as the type of person that, even though she has other things she should be doing, she doesn't care. She's going to make her hair look the way that she wants to look, and everybody can just deal with it. Does that mean I should give her the braid? I don't know if I'm going to use the braid. I actually am not sure if I like the way it looks, but I did in the screenshots. Ooh, I like that. Because her brows were darker than her hair. And I think that that will play nicely with a lot of the... Okay, not that one, but... How about this one? Yeah, I think that's going to play nicely with a lot of the hats and stuff that I have. Some of these I know I downloaded the mesh for. I don't know why they're not showing up. But it's rude. This one I think is just broken. Because it's supposed to look like that. But for whatever reason it's busted. These hats are a little late. They're 1905, but yeah. As I said, we are just going Western fantasy. I have thrown out the rules. Just put her in a hat. I think those are all glasses. Yeah, I don't have her default. Let's just give her a maid's cap. Let's do blue. Because then I can also put her in kind of a matching blue dress. Because I do think that she would not care if she was on the trail. She was going to have a very nice dress. So she would bring something with her that was probably wildly inappropriate to wear on the trail. I am going to use this Dolores dress, but not for her. I mean, that is definitely not an appropriate outfit if you want to stay clean, but not quite what I'm going for. Put her in a hobble skirt. That would be great on the trail. I mean, it's a little fancier than her station. I kind of like this one. Bless you, puppy dog. Are you coming to help? Judy had to get a bath last night and she was very upset. She keeps remembering that she had a bath and then coming over and needing comfort. Alright. None of these is really sparking joy. Because she's not going to be in a full-on maid getup on the trail. I think the one that I liked the most was this one. It's a little fancy, but not too fancy. And so then we're going to clone her because we have to make Sandy. And Sandy's description is, Sandy is on her way from toddlerhood to childhood in a very messy fashion. So she will probably grow up on the trail. Which I'm sure will be very fun for her. So she has green eyes and brown hair. Oh goodness, I don't know if you can see her. We were pouting at the top of the stairs. She's such a dork. Where's a hair that's going to keep things out of your face? There. I mean, like most Sims 3 toddlers, she's even worse with the whole pudding face thing, so we're going to do our best. I'm going to keep the same eyebrows her mom has. But hers kind of go up a lot more. And then her eyes are kind of tilted. It's a bit extreme, but... And then her nose. And then I'm gonna just give her a different mouth. Yeah, it's just so hard to tell. And then I want to give her some freckles. I feel like if she's growing up on the trail, she's in the sun a lot probably. So she's just going to have some freckles, but I want her just to have like some dainty little nose freckles. And then hair-wise, she just had a very short hair. She actually had a fringe. Exactly. I love using freckles, so if I have any excuse to use them, I will. That's a lot of hair for a baby. That's a lot of hair. But I think that's the only toddler hair I have with fringe. Might just have to give her something with like a ribbon. Oh, there we go. And she had a bow on. Perfect. And then I'm just going to put her in pink. Real simple. The ones that are kids are a little bit easier just because I'm not making them completely from scratch. All right, now for Kate Pistachio. I'm very excited for Kate Pistachio. Honestly, she just had a really cool name. Like, I didn't need to include her, and the fact that she's a kleptomaniac, it amuses me as well. So I was like, yeah, we're gonna include Kate Pistachio. Also, the fact that she dyes her hair brown and it's naturally blonde, I think that that's interesting as well. And she had a very square face. I will say I love the concept of these effulgent skins. Like, there's so many of them and the tones are really pretty, but I hate how shiny they are, so I just never use them. But then I can't bring myself to delete them. Yeah, it is fun to say, and I know that I'm going to say Kate Pistachio a lot. I'm not even going to call her Kate. She's going to be Kate Pistachio. Her eyes blue, or it says blue. They look a little purpley to me. So we'll go with that. Exactly. I am going to make her a blonde because it's her natural hair color and she really wouldn't have had access to hair dye, so she is going to have Blurpo! Yes. And then face-wise, she just has a super square face. I don't think I have a template that's like starts off as square now. That actually does. That was a complete fluke. I didn't realize I had that. The eyes are wrong though. Yeah, she just has a very interesting face. Usually NPCs just grab a template, and I don't know if this is a Sims 3 template. I'm just not familiar enough with the game to say that for sure. But she has like, she looks like work was put into her creation, which pleases me. Alright, and she has 90s eyebrows. She has those pencil thin, you can't even see them kind of brows. So I think I'll just go with this because I can narrow it out even more. I don't even know if I can get her face that wide. I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's a wide face. I can do this, which looks weird but is accurate. But her chin itself is narrow. Like, girl, what you doing? Why? Why you gotta be like this? Okay, did they, I don't even know, in Sims 3, did they just generate, like, partial? Because, yeah, I don't remember seeing anyone who quite looked like her with, like, the wide eyes, and then maybe they just randomized, I don't know. She's interesting looking, though. And that pleases me. That said, her kids are gonna look weird. I do not foresee her... breeding is the word that I'm going to use, even though it feels a little uncomfortable. But any kids that she has, they're just going to look odd. Really? I didn't know that. See? I don't play the game. I am unaware. That's crazy. That would drive me nuts if they were all broken. I would be so mad. Her whole face needs to come up more. She has the weirdest face. I'm just sitting here baffled. I mean, it's gonna make her easier to make, but it's weird. It's a little unusual, my dear. Modders are the best. Like, every modder ever, I don't care what mod they've made, they are the best and they deserve a parade. How am I pulling this off? Like, she is so odd looking, but I'm like actually kind of getting there. I'm getting there. It drives me nuts that they release broken games now and then just like expect it to just be acceptable. I'm like, no, that's not acceptable. The fact that the wedding pack is still busted and you get, when you go to get married and the options are still all there, that is so unacceptable to me. And it's not the people who are creating the game's fault. Like, I'm aware that it's the company going, no, we're not going to pay you to fix that, and so they just won't let them do it or whatever, but like, it's still really unacceptable. Well, that's good that they would have different faces. But yeah, I would have been mad. It's probably a good thing I didn't play then, because if that happened to me, I would have rioted. Riot in the street. She has super, like, this looks awful, but that's what she looks like. Woman, what is your face? Like, she wins the sleepiest face of all time. Easy. Yeah, she just looks like snotty, but also just like she's had some work done with the tiny little mouth and the chin, and she does have, I just noticed, is this, no, that's not right. Nope. I know I have a mole. She has a little eye mole. Nope, not right. Yeah? I don't know if I have an eye mole. I have other moles, but I don't think I have an eye mole. I went on a hunt not too long ago because I didn't have the right one that I wanted by the mouth, but I don't think that I have one just a single under the eye mole, so she might have to deal with this. Which I think is fine. It just gives her character. Okay, so she has kind of a messy updo. And I can give her... Actually, I really like that on there. It's just the first selection. I was going to say, I can give her kind of a brownie blonde, but I kind of like that. I think that's fine. I will put a lipstick on her, too. Because she has really dark lips, and she's not, like, super high class, so it's okay. Bonnet. I forgot to put it... Well, do I want to put a bonnet on everybody? I could put that on her. Little maid hat. Let's do it. Let's do it. She'd hate it. Oh, I can't get to jewelry from here. I was going to give her earrings as well, but I can't get to those. And then maybe the red one? I think that's fine. Kate Pistachio, you are done. And now for the sim who had the most interesting description that I've ever seen. Ever. Abraham Finkel. I don't know why I found it so funny or odd, but he was described as, he can be recognized by his very athletic looks despite his grandiose body and his long blonde hair with red streaks. And he also is heavily implied to be gay because he runs the kissing booth for boys during the Spring Festival. Or that's how I read it. Is that how it works? I don't know. I never had that one. But either way, grandiose body, like, I don't know why that just sent me somewhere. And I wanted to go to that place. So we're gonna go there. I just, athletic and grandiose. I think that's all right for skin tone. He had green eyes, and they're really bright green. And blonde hair. I can't do the blonde hair and red streaks, so we're just gonna we're gonna just give him the blondie. It is a fun word, and it's such an odd word to describe the appearance of someone. Like, honestly, it feels like someone was trying to be circumspect in describing someone when they didn't want to say, like, fat or whatever, which I don't even think he is, but, like, grandiose. That's why he was included, honestly, is I've just never heard anybody described that way in terms of their body shape. It's unusual. I also like his face. He has a nice looking, not really cheerful, but just like he has a cool nose and a really interesting mouth. So I want to try. I am going to change which nose we're starting with. That'll work. All right. Doesn't really have cheekbones per se. Let's make those a bit smaller. He just looks so friendly. Well, thank you for watching. Yeah, I'm going to do all the things. I will do them and it will be fine. I hope you sleep well. What if I... There we go. I want to just pull that part down. Now he's kind of lumpy. Like, I hate when that happens. Thankfully, I can fix it. Sliders have saved me so much, like, time and energy. It used to be I would spend days trying to make Sims because I could just not get it right. And it was aggravating because, like, you just want to make them look the way they're supposed to look, but they made it hard. Like, I remember I did a William the Conqueror sim, and I probably worked on that sim for 3 weeks. I would have to walk away from it because I would get mad. And he looked really good, and I was so proud of it, but, like, it was a struggle. It was a struggle. I did not really make sims like this before, like, sliders were a thing. Okay, no, that made him look sad. He doesn't need to look sad. He just has kind of up... This part of his eyebrow goes up. All right, where's the... Let's do that. Okay, that works. He kind of, a lot of them I'm noticing really don't have eyelids, and I don't know if it's the skin tone or what, but, like, that is not there. So I'm, like, trying to mimic that, but at the same time I don't want everyone to look the same. Maybe he just has, like, a heavy, whatever this part is. I do want his eyes to be bigger. Again, that seems like it's kind of the aesthetic they were going for. He just looks sad. I don't want him to look sad. He's not supposed to look sad. He's supposed to look happy. Alright, well, let's widen nostrils for sure. And then it's kind of downturned a bit. Put that down. It's got a bit of a hook nose from what I'm seeing. Tug that in a little bit. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I think the mouth is where we're gonna get him looking really like smiley. Alright, it was a mistake to bring his eyes forward. Better. Alright, mouth. He has a wide mouth, which seems like they all do. There we go. See, already so much better. This needs to be smaller though. And it's very bowed in. And then he's like a smaller upper lip. He's so cute. He's just the cutest. I'm really leaning towards this being my, like the family that I'm actually active in. Because I'm only going to play one of the households and all of the rest are going to be run by story progression. So it's possible we can end up with a lot more babies before they make it. It's going to be kind of hard too. Like each sim day is going to be like a week on the trail. And we're going to play for 16 total sim days to start with. But if there's any kind of delays, well, that adds another day. And then the kicker is if they don't make it by 20 days, then it's going to be winter and weather dynamics, it's going to be a lot more challenging. All right, so in terms of hair, he had really long straight blonde hair with the red streaks. So we're not going to be able to give him the streaks. And the long blonde hair is not super feasible. Especially, imagine trying to condition that on the trail. No, thank you. No, thank you. But I like this one. I've got a few that are like long-ish. How about that? It is clipping a bit on his cheeks, but I don't mind it. And then he was dressed in like a green Letterman sort of jacket, but since he's meant to be a worker for the Wolf family, I think this actually is fine. That is one wagon. Oh my gosh, I severely underestimated how long this was going to take. So we could keep making Sims, or we can start working on the neighborhood. What do you guys think? Because I'm fine with either or. I do have some more pre-made Sims here, but I'm really happy with the Sims we've made. But we also need to build some buildings and stuff too. I think on my to-do list today would be to create all of the lots that we're going to need. So we're going to need 8 wagon lots where the families will live. We need to make a general store where they're going to go first. Some abandoned wagon options, some lot spawners. the neighborhood itself needs to have like rivers and stuff. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick like 10-minute break, and when we come back we are going to work on the neighborhood a little bit because I've got a lot of work to do there and I feel like building. Like I'm having fun making Sims, but now I want to build. So I'm gonna chatting real quick. Alright. Yes, I want to quit. And before I forget, I need to put story progression in. I've never used story progression, so I hope that it goes well. Come on, close up. I hate when Body Shop just freezes on you. Because now I can't put the freaking mod in. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna take a quick break and we're gonna load the game and I will be right back. All right. Give me just a second. No. Okay, we are back. It was a very necessary little break. I hope that you can hear me. So, this is the neighborhood that I have created. Hold on. That's alright. This particular song is just kind of loud. As you can see, it's just a straight line. I didn't want to get super complex with it. Like, it doesn't need to be. It's just a straight line. I do have defaults. We got little wagons going. But what I want to do here the music might be a mistake. I'm gonna sit and bop. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to have the general store be like one of the first lots in this little row. I just picked this too because it's kind of convenient to just have it in a straight line. So this is Matt's General Store. And then I'm gonna give identical lots to all of the families. I want it to be kind of decently sized. But there's a method to my madness. So we're gonna start out wagon 1 on the side. I'm gonna put the other ones in a row on this other side. That's important for later. So, sorry, the music's gonna sit and cut in and out because I'm clicking on other things, but I need to find my list. Where's my list? Okay. So we need 3 total rivers. Now, question is, was I a smart little bean and did I remember to put the river in? Because maybe, maybe not. Why do we have 2 ocean surfs? Alright, I forgot. It's fine. It's fine. I will install it before we actually start playing. So there's going to be trail, trail. These trees are going to represent our river for now. And then there's going to be a fort. Now, in the Oregon Trail game, I'm mostly basing this off the 1985 Oregon Trail, but obviously there's going to be differences because I haven't played it in a very long time. But we're just going to call this Fort 1 for now. If you have any suggestions as to what I should call the forts, definitely throw those in the chat. And I want a big lot here for Jail Rocks. And then there's more trail, and then we have another river. And then we have Chimney Rock, which is like the one everybody knows. We have another fort. And then we have Independence Rock, because apparently that's just what we've got here, is a bunch of rocks. Most of these are just landmarks. And I'm probably going to change the names of them, but we'll see. And there is another river here. And then the last, or no, we got another fort. How many forts are there? Jeez. We're going to make this one a bit smaller. I think this is Fort 3? Yeah. Fort, trail, and then one last fort. Okay, good. I wasn't sure how much space I was going to have left over because I want to make sure that I have these other kind of other screen, I don't know what to call them, but like you would go hunting, you would go to a special area, so I want to have those lots. So we will have hunting, and then we're also going to have for one of the random current scenarios, it's like abandoned wagon, and there's going to be 6 options for that. So I want to, and I'm just going to and then I'm going to duplicate that one. Okay. So let's start off, I think, with just like the player wagon. I'm sorry, I know that's probably annoying that the music is like, but. So you can start off, again, since I'm basing it on the old version of this game, you can start off as a banker, a carpenter, or a farmer. I haven't decided again. I'm leaning towards the wolf family being like our people, but I'm not sold on that. I might do another poll, honestly, and just like let people pick their champions kind of thing. Where I don't have it installed. Okay, well, I'll fix that later. For now, we're just going to pretend that I remembered to download the road in, and I will add that to my list. Default road floor tiles. I forgot because it's not my defaults folder that it's going to be in build mode. And I don't have that. That's okay. I do have some other important things. So one thing that I'm going to allow them to do is they're going to roll to see the kind of furniture and stuff that they've brought with them. I don't have too many options because a lot of times people would bring a bunch of stuff on the Oregon Trail with them and then like get to the first steep hill and be like, oh, this was a mistake. So I can do this a couple different ways. I'm just showing you what I have and what I'm gonna allow, as it were. I guess I could. It's the right shape. Well, actually, no. The Victorians were weird into that stuff. That's fine. So yeah, one of the ways that I've thought about in terms of like furniture is doing a preemptive, have an NPC, have a community lot with all this stuff on it and run it like a shop, like a business, and then after like a week, whatever people have in their inventory is what they have. I could do it that way. I don't know why I did. I don't know what I'm doing here. But yeah, I'm not really sure how I want to do it. I was going to show you everything, but I'm like, why am I showing you everything? It doesn't matter. What was that? Oh, okay. Wait. Where did I get that? Wood for Sims. Okay. I should have some tents, though, and I should also have some, like, floor mats somewhere. Yes. And that's my camera move. I know these tents are not like what we would want. They're not like a plain canvas, simple looking thing, but I did find some recolors that are kind of simple, kind of. Not for all of them, but it might just be that one. But that way, I'm pretty sure they can sleep in these tents, which means we aren't going to have people complaining that they're tired all the time. Because the wagons, where they might have slept, which a lot of people did, yeah, they would sleep in like a tent structure kind of thing. Some people would sleep in the wagons if they had space, but a lot of times that was just filled with like stuff. There really wasn't much to do with that. I wish I had downloaded like chairs that don't look like chairs. So like rocks and things. But I guess they could, if they brought chairs with them, they can pull them out. I know I was just in this area, but then I reconsidered what I'm doing. I'm just changing my mind here. It's fine. Could have like a rock formation. They're not going to be pulling that out overnight though. Alright, that's good enough. We are going to need counters just for cooking purposes. I don't really need a table. Sorry, I'm just, again, the music plays and I bop. Do that one, but let's just do a plain table. Plain, simple. Like a sawhorse, that's reasonable. No wicker. Wicker I don't think is a good idea at all. Cool, but no. They're not really going to be selling things while they're on the trail, so it doesn't really make sense. Those are more for the shop that I have to build and for when they get to their destination. My goal with these lots, like I said, they're going to pretty much be identical, but it's just to make it look like they've stopped for the night on the trail kind of thing. Maybe. That's not fair. Yeah, maybe. Oops. Clicking away. What's that? That's cool. Oh, I remember what that is. That's like an arch. Okay. I wanted a fancy arch in case there was like weddings. It's like a bar corner. Because honestly, it's the deco that's going to sell this. All right, this is for the abandoned wagon thing. Oh, actually, I might keep that. All right, that one's not busted, so I can keep that one. That one's busted. A little walking stick. Yeah, I went on like just the biggest download spree. Because a lot of this is a little bit out of my era or my normal medieval fantasy setting that I have. So it just didn't make sense for me to have it. But I've always liked a lot of the CC and I wanted it, so this is a really good excuse for me to have it in my game. I'd like to use these, but they're not going to put a pole in the ground for a stop overnight. Like, it's not reasonable. It's a beaver. It's a teeny tiny little chick. That's adorable. I'm gonna roll for like livestock and stuff like that, so I'm not gonna place those now. Cool. Yeah, a lot of this is just I wanted to be able to decorate their houses once they got to their final destination. Hey, buffalo! Pretty sure they're not hunting Skyrim dragons, but you never know. They could be hunting Skyrim dragons. I also haven't figured out, I want to, but I haven't figured out a way to like, I want there to be a penalty for having like big furniture in terms of the animals. Like if you have a big old dresser and a full dining set, like your oxen are gonna get tired more often. There's a better chance of them getting that like random event that they're exhausted and you need to rest the animals. So but I don't really know how I want to do that in a way that's like fair. Wait, did that have, oh, it had an owl on it. Yes it did. Okay, I wasn't making things up. Where's my wagons? I have wagons. Random rock. You can't go wrong with a rock. What's this? Oh, it's a pool. You probably can only see it when it's a pool. Deer. Oh, deer. I'm saving those for the hunting lot. Yeah, that's all for the pool. Tombstones, which we hopefully won't need, but we're probably gonna need because there are death rolls. Bum, 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 bum. Wagon wheel. I know I downloaded the stupid Constaga? I don't know. The wagons. They were downloaded. Is that it? Boom. I actually have two. Much excited. I was starting to get afraid. Like, I was nervous. I didn't think that I was gonna be able to find them. I'm like, ooh. But where? I have oxen. Maybe they're under pets. I both love and hate that people do this, but a lot of times they'll put deco animals under pets, which is convenient because, like, well, there we go, there it is, but also not convenient because I don't remember that that's where they're located. I don't see my oxen. If you were oxen, where would you live? Did I miss them? It's distinctly possible that I did. I don't see them. Huh. Well, that's not good. Is this just... Yeah, I downloaded like a bush toilet because it makes sense. I did download a couple like tub options, but again, they'd have to take this out all the way. So my idea, or one of them, was to use this, like fit into the side of the wagon as like a shower. I think it could work. And then for the sink, they just have like a wash tub. All right. Trying to remember. I do like the drawing lines. But I'm trying to remember, I thought that there was like a rock object that was water. Because I really don't want them to have like fountains, but I don't see it now. So they might have to use the rain barrel, which is fine. It's still feasible, so I'll accept that. And also, yes, we have lots of little food parcels, so there's going to be a way to fairly make sure that they don't use more food than they've been allotted. I think this is just a griddle. I thought I had one more. I mean, I have that one, but I thought that I had one more. Maybe? Guess not. Because we could have these, like, hanging from the inside of the wagon, maybe? I don't know. Oh, wait. These are actually what I wanted to use. Because these are empty, so when you start, like, the game, you have to fill them with stuff. So whatever they buy at the general store, that's what they'll have. Now I remember. I want him to have some kind of coffee pot. Wait. I think those are good options. What's this? Built-in buffet platters. Those will be handy for like the fort, but yeah, I can't really use a lot of this on the trail. That reminds me, bees. Sorry, I just remembered. Like I said, I'm still modifying and editing things, so if it comes to me, I want to make sure that I write it down. That could be feasible. Because I don't want this to look like a house. I do want it to look like they're on the trail, but I also, at the same time, don't want them to be bored out of their dang minds and complain constantly, which they will. I did download some radio options. Like I said, we're doing Western fantasy, so there are a few things that are probably don't belong here, but they are here. What is this? Well, you can have that burglar on. I want them to have a phone to contact the other wagons just so that relationships will be built, because otherwise everybody in the other wagons might know each other, but then these Sims won't have any friends, and that's not what we're about. So we're making some sacrifices for the sake of gameplay. Couple of lanterns. Just so we have some options here. I have some fancier ones as well. Okay. Maybe. I don't like how much that looks like a built-up rock pit, though. I like these better, I think. And they are going to need to be able to skill, because skilling does play a part in this challenge. For example, having high body skill is going to make it a lot easier to survive like river crossings or events that happen where it's like a buffalo stampede or something like that. It's going to make it a lot easier for them to survive that. Whereas maybe strangers approaching, you want high charisma. It just depends on what event is occurring. So I want them to be able to skill. It's going to be important for them. It's just they need to be able to skill in a way that's acceptable. I don't see them having like a giant... I just lost my train of thought. Oh my gosh, like a giant telescope, but yeah. Or a bookshelf. Or a pottery wheel. I'll make sure I download the... Again, not really medieval equivalent, but kind of. The historic equivalent. Let's go with that. A little drum. Drums are acceptable. Okay. The question is, I don't think I have like a tiny pile of books. That's not functional. That's not nice. I thought I had a book pile that they could use, but I don't know if... I think I might have forgotten it. It's hard when you have multiple, like, downloads folders, because then you have to, like, make sure things are where you think they are. So for now, I am gonna have to give them a giant bookshelf. Because I don't think any of these are all just, like, reference books. Well, that actually might work as a book. We'll see. Otherwise, we're gonna have a book. Case thing. We'll see. Do I have an invisible? No. They aren't really gonna need to be able to fish, so. I guess archery is something that they could do. Like when they're stopped for the night. I mean, if this was attached to the side of a wagon, that's fine. It could be justifying things left and right. I might allow this because they could stop at a place that has a hot spring. Or a place that has a lake. Because we all know how Sims are. Like, I don't want to deal with them being super duper whiny constantly. That's not fun for anybody. There is a rock. And it's limited, which is what I want. Make sure we have straw. I could let them mine a little bit, but I don't see, like, that's not something they would really be doing on the trail. That'd be more, again, to occupy them so they aren't whiny. We are going to use these spawners rather than having attacks by Native Americans. I would rather just use these spawners, and whatever creatures spawn, you have to fight them. And so that's what we're doing instead. I'll be on the hunting thing. I think I will let them have like a pine cone spawner. Because I don't want it to be super easy, but I also don't want them to starve to death. Because that is a fear. Actually, I am going to let them have the rabbit trap. I wasn't going to, but I feel like traps are different than hunting. And you could probably set out a snare at the night, like in the evening, and then check it before you leave. Like, I think that's a fair thing to do. I'm not going to let them trap deer. I also want wolves to spawn in the lot, so. I do have this wagon, but I don't think anybody who's selling things is going to be coming with them, so it doesn't really make sense necessarily. Of course, I have the dragon wagon. Alright, none of that is going to be useful for us. I'll add kids stuff if there's kids in the lot, but this is just going to be like my template where I will add, I'll just do copies of it and then add what I need to for each family. All right. I also do have fancy carriages and stuff, but there's a wagon one. I might keep that. It will be considered. But horses were not a super common thing. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that one. There it is. I've been looking for you, my friend. The last place I thought to find you. Oh wait, yeah, that's part of the wagon, isn't it? Yeah, it's a yoke. Cool, cool, cool. I told you I downloaded one. Some of the families are going to have like various livestock, pigs, oxen, cows, whatever. But we'll decide that once we're with that family. And we'll let them have a trash can for the sake of my sanity. Might be that one. I did download the really fancy Romany ones as well. I just wasn't sure what I was going to be able to find, and I'd rather download everything and then edit as needed than be like, oh, I don't have anything, but I don't think I'll be needing these. I also have, as a backup, these are from Parsimonious, and they're essentially like caravans, so I could build like bedroom type things. I don't think I'm going to. Again, I just wanted options, but I don't think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna keep the traditional wagons and work from there. All right, that said, let's go ahead and get started on just the basic templates. So I'm gonna put all these guys close together. And depending, I'll just swap out randomly depending for each one. So they're a little bit different, but they all have like the same thing. And then I'll put that over there because I do want body skill to be something that they can earn. And actually what I can do is hide that a little bit behind rocks. Everything can be made better with rocks. No, not that one. Where are my giant rocks? There we go. I was like, I want giant rocks, not little teeny-tiny rocks. Let me go over here. It doesn't need to be like super duper hidden, just like kind of out of the way. Okay, yeah, so they can still get over there, but like in general, you can't see it. And then I will put that over there, and I will also hide it behind rocks. That works. All right, wagons. So this particular, well, no, I'm not doing specifics though. In general, I think I'll just put 4. Because they would circle the wagons, so I kind of want it to be a bit circled. And then we'll like, this is just necessary for the sun and moon animals. They need to be able to eat, so. And then we'll put tents inside here because we're trying to mimic that this is where they're sleeping. And those tents, they can sleep in them. These, yeah. I wish these only had like 1 tile footprint because then I could hide these under there and use a walk-through block, but yeah, it's fine. Okay. These are just your basic run-of-the-mill pallets. Oh, whoops. I just want some very, very basic bedding. I think that's fine. And then I'll change the colors as I need to. Okay, so what next? I like the idea of just like 1 oxen that hasn't yet been unhitched or whatever. There we go. And then I'm gonna put just kind of a pile of them. Because it would be 2, well, sometimes they had 4, it just depended. Depends. Okay, I can't recolor them, that's fine. Okay, so I don't need this wheel because I'm not using those specific wagon sets. I'll put this wagon cart here. And I'll swap between depending on what I use. So we'll have a grill. I like the stove because I think we can put it over. I'll have to use move objects on, but I think we can put it over that. I'm just putting all these in a pile because depending on, again, I'm going to take this lot, copy paste it so I can really easily swap between items without having to think about it. I think I can use this without yelling at it, like yelling at each other to move, but I don't know. It's been a minute. So we will have to see how they behave. The shower will be over there. I wish it didn't have the pipe, but it's fine. Is there one without a pipe? I feel like there's one without a pipe. No, that's a B. Negative ghostwriter. Okay, we tried. All right, everyone will get a phone that I will just attach to a wagon. not everybody's gonna get music. That's gonna be one of those things you have to roll to get. I need to hide this over there. Okay. Not everybody's gonna get a knitting object. I'm just gonna put the lights in one pile and I'll pick and choose as I go. Because there needs to be some kind of lighting, but there shouldn't be a ton because they don't want to sort of fire. They don't really need this. Alright. So this part's not super realistic, but this is just what I gotta do. So we're gonna set up a kitchen type structure here. And then we'll make it so that these, I'll have to use move objects, but I'll make it so these are like hanging off the edge, whichever one I end up using. And then we have a drinking barrel, and then they will have one of the two coffee pots, whichever. Not everybody's gonna get one of these. Or one of those. But I will let there be multiple tables. And I'm just gonna kind of throw these spawner things over here. The downside for this fetch water one is it needs to be by a pond, and I don't want to put a pond in. Okay. Let me recolor that real quick. Actually, let's just do that one. Actually, can I put it on the table? There we go. Nope, not everybody's gonna have that either. Everybody will get a bookshelf just because, like I said, skills are gonna be kind of important. And I don't wanna super duper curtail everything. Oh, that's just kind of decorative. And then they can gather around that campfire. Oh, whoops. Oh, go back on your stand. I'm gonna see if this book is usable. If it's usable, that'd be fantastic. Or not necessarily usable, but like they can study cooking, mechanical, cleaning, that kind of thing. So I'm not gonna let them have like actual garden objects. So they can't like obviously grow a bunch of tomatoes or something because they're on the move, but I'm just kind of throwing these saguaros everywhere. I should add got attacked by a cactus on one of my rolls that I make them do. Because they're gonna have to do quite a few. Cactus are so cool though. They really are. As someone who lived in the desert for a really long time, I just think cactus are the best. I'm just throwing all of them down. I'll move them around, I'll delete things. Just vaguely want everything up. Don't ask me how the ox are just gonna stay there and not go anywhere. I do not know. They're just very well trained. We can have a Christmas cactus. No, we won't. But we could. I did kind of want to make them cut down trees. So I think we're going to do that. Love this tree, but no, they can't have it. What's that? Buttercups. That's cute. I don't really want to put a bunch of shrubbery though. Like, I think these are fine. Okay, the last thing is let's kind of hide that in the cactus, I guess. We'll make it brown. Totally as part of the cactus, it works. All right. And then I'm just gonna kind of we don't want the grass to be completely gone, but we want to show that, like, people are moving and grooving in this area. And they have damaged the grass a little bit. I thought about using a different one for this, but I guess I can do like little spots. Alright, so let's go to the neighborhood. And I'm gonna place this, how many times? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And this is something that I do a lot, where I'll create like my base lot, a lot. Let's just say a lot of. But then I will edit it slightly. I did a tutorial on how to do this, but you just have to make small changes, and then suddenly you have a full neighborhood with very little effort. Back in 3. Back in 4. What did I say? 7? 5. 6. And the thing with the other wagons that are like the NPC wagons, I'm just gonna leave them here, and I'm gonna actually grab this particular lot where the like leader is and where the played sims are. I'm gonna move that along, so like day 1 is over. Okay, well, it's day 2 now. Day 3, and move it through the map just to make it a little bit more fun. Because yeah, it's kind of an empty place they've got here. I want there to kind of be trees toward the beginning. It doesn't need to be like crazy fancy decorated, because it doesn't really matter. But a little bit of decoration can go a long way. Throw some clouds. and some birds. And some rocks. Pretty basic. Okay. So now we're actually decorating. So for this first slot, wagon number 1, this is the Wolf family, the McIrish and French family, and then 2 single Sims, Kate Pistachio and Abraham Finkel. And I will download the right road before we actually play. But for now, let's just make it rock. I didn't like the dirt before. I'm actually going to download a like a wagonette looking one. Okay, so for this one, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Sims need to be able to sleep. I think 2 can sleep in here, and then we have a toddler. So that's 2, 4, 6, 7, and the toddler. I'm really worried about the toddler, I'm not gonna lie, because I'm not gonna penalize the toddlers, like with extra rolls or whatever, but just by virtue of her not being able to get body skill points and things, Sandy might have a tough time. Sandy might not make it, but I am going to edit her age because she's very close to being, from what I remember, she's very close to being a child. So I can just edit her age so she only is like a toddler for a few days or something. The counting stones. I was looking at the beds, but I might do a pet bed for her just so she can kind of handle herself. And that'll be her and her mom. So now, boom. There. What happened to the book? Wasn't there a book that I was going to test? Whatever. Oh yeah, there is. It's over here now. We would test the book. I also really don't like how... I don't like that yellow tone. I don't know why. I might change the bottom of her mat so it's a bit different. No recolors the wagon. That's fine. Do I recolor this? I do, but I don't like any of them. Cool. That actually looks pretty attached. Okay. That's there. They're gonna get the bigger one. Edit some of these out here. I just want it to look really shrubby. I hope they can use that bathroom. I have a plan B if they can't, but I hope they can. It would be perfect. Okay. And these actually don't need to be taken care of because they're decorative, which is nice. We don't want a bunch of dead plants when it's the wilds. This is also a decorative rabbit. I just have some decorative things, just... You don't want to have to sit and manage all of the things. Okay, now, these. I don't know if I can... I can. Cool. Okay. Let's go there. So for them, I want to use the spit. We'll have a campfire as well. And then I'm going to give them, you know, the horses are kind of funky on this one. I'm going to give them that one. I don't think it has any recolors. Nope. That's fine. Okay, so the wolves have one. Maybe they have two because they have one for their furniture because they're rich. Fiona, River, Molly, Sandy, and Kate, and maybe... They actually don't need all these wagons, do they? No. Obviously, on the real Oregon Trail, the whole group of wagons would be together, but because I have to split them up like this. So I want these 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, bye. Goodbye, friend. Weirdly placed, but yeah. Okay, so I've decided. I don't have my dice cam up. I'm sorry. I will, but I don't have it up yet. So. Odd, they're going to get the object, even they're not going to. It might be different for the other households, but for these guys, because they're led by a wealthy family, they're going to have everything open to them. So that was a no. It's a no. I guess I should tell you. Do they get an easel? Yes. Do they get this gramophone thing? Yes. Try not to roll it on that. Since they already have a musical thing, I'm going to delete that because they don't need both. Well, actually, they might because they're going to split up when they get there. Okay, they get to keep both. Yarn basket. Yes. Look at them go. Do we get a fiddle? Yes. We're going to start off with some fossils. Yep. Geode? No. Drum? No. Should I roll for lights? Should I really be that mean? I could be mean. Also, what is the difference between these two? They look the same. So do these. That also looks like it has a light bulb in it, doesn't it? Yeah, that's gone. You know what? I'm not gonna roll for light. That's silly. So I'm gonna put them where I feel like they make sense. And like where I'm gonna need to be able to see Sims at night. Not necessarily... I wish I had one that was like on a stick, but I don't. Okay. They don't need a lot though. So now let's put their items where they go. It's actually good that they got the easel because River wants to be a famous artist someday, so like that checks out. I'm gonna put that over there because I just realized that's a toddler potty. We'll put this over here. This, I'm just gonna hang off of a wagon. Oh, I can't adjust it? That's rude. Can I put it in the wagon? There we go, it's in the wagon. Okay. I actually think I'm gonna have to put those in people's inventories, but for now I'll just set them down. Okay, what else did you guys get? Fiddle, which I need to down, or it's a violin, but I'm gonna download a fiddle. Fossil rock. Whoever has that bed can open it. There we go. I could move the rocks around, but I'm gonna leave them for this one. And just so I don't forget, I'm actually going to make the families now, which I have an astrology dice because I'm that little of a nerd, I guess. I don't know. I just think they're neat. And I'm going to have to edit their money. I really do like the idea of this being the lead wagon, though, because I don't think anybody else is necessarily wealthy that won the challenges. And I feel like inadvertently, especially with the class systems around this vaguely historical but mostly fantasy time that I'm going to set this challenge in, everybody else is kind of broke. So they would lean a little bit more towards... Although Big Steve could lead the way. I'm still very, very amused by Big Steve. Because yeah, we've got like Christopher Steele, I guess. I'm just looking through while we're loading. The Andrews, the Wainwrights, and the Clavells are all shoved into one wagon. So I just, or not one wagon, but one lot. See, I think the wolves will be leading the way. Alright, so let's grab Morgana. I'm so pleased with the hat. I really, really am. Pick out her clothes. I might give her a fancier formal dress because on the trail they're not going to have like a formal event anyways, besides like maybe a wedding. And then it's already set up for when they're in town. She was very purple leaning, so I could do like a purple. I just realized I don't have the clean UI in, or the whole clean UI. Unless it's just broken, which is distinctly possible. And by broken, I mean I probably installed something wrong, but... Let's give her a little pink shift. Actually, I kind of want to put her in a corset. I lied. Well, it's pajamas, though. No, I don't. She's in a corset there. Swimwear. Let's put her in something stripy. It doesn't matter. Athletic. I mean, they're really... Well, they are, though, because they need to build body points. Not that they'd be changing clothes this much, but... There's a problem where my, like, historical authenticity brain clashes with my sim brain. just put her in that. I just realized though I do need she needs to have different hair for some of these. Because like for formal wear, she wouldn't have that on her head. That's fine. I don't know if I downloaded like just like a straight black, oh, not black, but like a straight hair. I could just have her braid it for bed. Yeah, because it's curly. That might work. Let's do that. I think it's about the right shade. It's the same shade, right? No, it's not. Okay, which one am I using? I hate when I do that. Oh, whoops. Okay, the one right before the first braid? The third one. 1, 2, 3. We'll have her hair up for that. And we'll take the hat off. Okay. So clothing has been decided. This is where it's a bit hard. Of course, this is Sims 3. So she doesn't really have the same... I think she'd be a family sim. Because she's described as like wanting to have a family and then learning that her husband doesn't actually want to have kids. So I feel like a family sim would be appropriate for her. And then she is... Do they not have a zodiac in Sims 3? Do they not? Am I guess they don't. I swear that they did. I swear that they did. Am I just losing my mind? I think so. Alright, well, we'll roll then. Aquarius. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We're gonna think of that as she wants someone who's fertile. 6. She does not want a werewolf. That's fair. Thornton. That is so weird to say. Thornton. Okay, so formal. He's already dressed pretty formally. I'm gonna do the stripes for the formal wear. Just because he had them in Sims 3. We'll do blue long johns. Athletic wear. I don't... Oh wait, no, this is swimwear. I think he would not be caught dead in something that wasn't a little fancy. So we will go with that. And we'll go with that. Alright, well, what are we going to do with you, Thornton? Because your wife wants a bunch of kids. You want to be a CEO. So fortune, because he's frugal and ambitious and a perfectionist. Let's make him a fortune sim. And then we will roll for personality. What is that? I don't actually have all these memorized. That's that's also why I got the dice, because I used to, and now I don't. No, it's not that. It's close. Capricorn. That one? Boom. Okay. And what do you want in a wife? We rolled a 6, so she's already not doing well because you want a witch, apparently. Oh no. You want a robotic witch. Well, good luck to you, Thornton. I'm gonna read that as he wants a rich wife with no feelings. He doesn't like black hair. Oh my goodness, Morgana, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Alright, we're gonna have to create the McIrishes and the Frenches separate just because of the last names. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to change them. Okay, so McIrish. Fiona. I love that she has graying hair. It makes me so happy. I will edit their ages so that they're a little closer. Like, obviously she's meant to be a lot older than everybody else, so I don't want her to age the same rate. Can I not? I don't think I can take this off per outfit. That's irritating. Okay, well, whatever. Wait, I don't think I have a graying down hair either. Yeah, she's just gonna wear her hair up all the time. She's super fancy. She's the housekeeper. It's fine. Alright, so she has the tartan for her everyday. For formal, I don't know if she would have another dress. I think she would still have the tartan. Undies. Oh, just like frilly. I don't think she would have a corset. Because this is, again, Western fantasy-esque, so it's just me making up what I want to have. I get to decide, and I don't think she would have a corset. I think she would just do, like, long johns. Yeah, that's fine. Swimwear, and we'll put you in that. Doing a lot of blue tones for her, I don't know why. Athletic. That's fine. We might run into some situations where some outfits are reused a couple times just because certain categories are very limited, but I don't think it'll be too bad. Also a Capricorn. Now Fiona. So she's an investigative reporter, genius, handy vegetarian, charismatic bookworm. She's a tinkerer. I think knowledge for her. Like, maybe she was a popularity sim, but she's now a knowledge sim. I think that works for her. What are you interested in? Oh no. Every time I roll 6, I'm like, ugh, we want a werewolf, okay. We want a clean werewolf. Of course she does. 5. We do not want somebody who paints, which is funny because her daughter is literally described as she wants to be an artist. I wonder if her daughter, like the father of her daughter was an artist, and she's like, nope, they are shifty. I don't want one anymore. So let's grab River. I really like River. I think she's so cute. She kind of reminds me of what's the daughter? Rory in Gilmore Girls. Oh my gosh. Gilmore Girls. Talking is hard. That's what she reminds me of, though. I'm going to keep her hair the same for all of her outfits, just because it's fine. And I like her ears. I think she's cute. She is an artist, though, so I want to use that for her. I think it's cute. She's kind of a younger teen, so I don't want to, like, age her too soon, preemptively. That's a little bit fancy for you. But I also don't have a lot of options. And we'll just put her in that. Okay. As I mentioned, I've got some medieval stuff in here just because my defaults folder, but we're ignoring it. Glossing over. I think that's fine. Okay, so River wants to be an artist. Can I move this about it? Oh, I can. Okay. She's artistic, neat, good perfectionist. I don't know. Like, Girl Next Door kind of gives me Family Sim vibes. But wants to be an artist makes me think she either wants to be a pleasure sim or a popularity sim. I'm gonna go with popularity for her. Oh, and let's roll for this. I think that's Sagittarius, am I right? Yes. Alright. What do you want out of life? She wants a guy who's got a little bit of meat on his bones. Denotes wealth. She can be an artist. I have defaults for these, but I don't actually know if they work, so like that's why the description is different. Alright. Thank you for rolling not for one of those, because nobody's going to be supernatural, so these people who are interested in supernatural sims are just out of luck. I hope everybody is having a fantastic day so far. I am just getting more and more nervous as the time to end streaming comes up because I have to go to the doctor. And as mentioned at the beginning of this, I don't want to. I don't want to go. I'm trying to find any excuse I can. I'm like, am I coughing? I could have a fever. You don't know. You don't know. Maybe I can't go. I just don't want to. But the sooner I go, the sooner I can get it over with, and then I don't have to go back. So like, all right. Fiona. I might take off her bonnet. I really had this vision of everybody in hats and bonnets, but I think practically speaking, it's not going to work out. So I'm going to take it off. Because I do want her hair down, like when she's in her undies. Or swimming. Alright, so, clothing. I think she'd be a little bit more daring with her necklines. I don't want to do it too fancy because I'm kind of playing off the narrative that she is a maid, so she works for the wolf family. Could give her a bustle. She would never. But you know what? I also want her to be fancy, so like, I deserve to have nice things. Ooh, we can go big on the skirt. We won't go that big. But like, we could go that big. I just feel like she would waste her money on it, honestly. I think that's reasonable for her class. I also do think she would be the one to have a corset as well. Like a full body experience. I just see her very much as someone who would spend a lot of money on pretty clothes. Because she's kind of described as being a little bit irresponsible, you know? There's no fat morph on that. Dislike. I'm gonna have to deal with it. That's fine. Just give her a full-on ballet outfit. I mean, she would. She's a bit attention-seeking, but I don't think it's quite appropriate. Again, attention-seeking. She would, but... And there's nothing wrong with being attention-seeking either. But... She wishes. She needs to marry rich, though, if she wants that to happen. There we go. That's plain enough. She's also a Sagittarius. What do you know? I'll figure out her aspiration in a minute. I just wanted to get this out of the way. Bookworm brunette. Wait, how many did I just click? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I really think that she's going to be a romance sim, just from her whole... everything that she's got going on, like parties too much. Yeah, but maybe she's a pleasure sim. Let me look again. She's a cook. She's a cook who likes to party, so she's really not actually romantic. She just likes to party. But her trait, or her lifetime wish, is heartbreaker. And she's flirty. I mean, I know this does have a date, like have dream dates, but I don't think that's what she wants to do. We're gonna go romance. Alright, and now poor little Sandy. Thankfully, there's other people on the lot, including a family sim, so she's at least gonna get attention. I hope she survives, because she's so stinking cute. Got little nose freckles and everything. She's adorable. Oh, I have a default. I was like, why is she dressed weird? Oh, because I have defaults. It's fine. I'm putting her in pink everything, too. Oh, that's cute with the little scarf. That's adorable. Alright. Your personality is going to be a Virgo. Aww. Sandy, please survive the Oregon Trail. We want you to survive the Oregon Trail. Everybody's rooting for you. Please don't die. And now let's do Cape Sashio. Trying really hard not to slouch. It is a struggle, but I think I'm achieving it. God, my nose itches. Okay. I want her to have the hat. I wish you could take glasses off, like... I wish the glasses could be removed for some states. So like when she's... Oh, it is coming off. Oh, what am I complaining about? I mean, I might just like to complain. I don't know, but sweet. Okay, so she's very red-coded is what I've been going with her. She's supposed to be a maid again, but I want to use pretty dresses. It's not a crime. I do not want her to wear the hat while she's in the pretty dress, but we can't all have what we want. Thank you for the follow. Richard the Spicy Salami. And we could just go full Scarlet Woman. think that's fair. I think it's fair. I'm compromising. It's a small vessel. I will feed you all of the salami. Let's do red. I love the little hat. It just gives me life. Okay. I don't think we really knew much about her personality besides the fact that she's a maid and a thief, so I'm gonna roll for it and she got fortune. We also got Virgo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah. So we want somebody with gray hair. Who's a zombie? So basically we're leaning into that gold digger imagery, and that's fine. We support her. She's at least not going to try to sleep with Thornton, so. That's the last thing we need on any of these lots. And now Abraham Finkel. Like I said, this is a lot more Sims than I intended to have per lot, but the poll they've spoken. The polls have spoken, and this is what they wanted, and they're at least interesting. And it's not like I have to play all of them. Most of them are actually going to be, like I said, story progression, so. Alright. He should be fairly easy to dress. In theory. Because he's just like a hired hand. And he liked a lot of green, so we're going to lean into the green. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Womp womp. Swimwear. I'll give him a jacket. Alright, we didn't know too much about him either. We know he's a bit athletic and that he runs a kissing booth. So he rolled pleasure. That's perfect. And that is a Scorpio. 2, 3, 4. You want somebody who's unemployed. Unemployed redhead. Well, what do you know? There is a few of those on your lot. Actually, I think it's just one, but whatever. It doesn't like artists. Okay. So I'm going to place all of them for now. And how much do I need for the lot? So let's just give the wolf family. I think it's. Oh wait, no, it's not. Oh, you can kind of see a little dog, just a little bit. Uh-oh. Her's gonna throw a tantrum. Okay. I don't have a default for the taxi. It's fine. Oh no. We're throwing a tantrum. Just throwing a teeny tiny little tantrum. It's fine. Okay. So what we can work on next, because we've only got half an hour, is we can work in the general store. We can edit some of these lots, or we can go make more Sims. I think I'm gonna work in the general store. because that's going to be kind of an important thing for all of them. Because all of them are going to spend their money a different way. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do the wagon, which I should write that down. So I'm just going to build the general store how I want it to look. I'm not really going to base it on anything it came in a game for. Say as I immediately don't want that. Okay. Hello! Thank you for following. We are currently setting up an Oregon Trail challenge, which is a challenge that I'm actually creating. I'm not basing it off the existing one that's on Mod The Sims. That works. They can have shingles as a treat. Alright, how do I want to... I have like fancy wallpaper, but I have hiders in so you can't see everything because it's going to make it look like a barn, but I have hiders in that are hiding the barn texture. So... do like a stone barn. I don't hate how that looks. Or maybe I like that better. Okay. So since it's a general store, just basic door. I will add more things to the CC file as well. I'm just, for now, it's not really necessary to have much of anything because they're going to be on the trail. All right, and then we're going to paint. Let's make it blue. I'm trying not to place these like symmetrically because I've noticed that's not a problem just with me. That like most simmers tend to, we want it to be all even because of the way that we see the house, but in real life that's not how houses are built, and that's also not, I mean, that's never how it's been. We have an interesting perspective as simmers. Okay, let me pull up, or do I have it up? No, I don't. So I went through and listed like things that basically on the real Oregon Trail you could buy or would need. Where did I find the ox? Isn't it under party? Oh, no, he's under vehicles. And I'm gonna try to mimic that as best as I can. So I want there to be about 6 of those for families to buy, obviously. So they have an option to buy some booze if they want to. I'm not going to make them buy kids things. Those will come in the lot already. There's some things that they'll just start with automatically, and then anything else they're going to have to buy. That's all medieval, so... I'm trying to think what the best penalty would be for like having heavy objects. Like for sure, if they're crossing a river, I feel like there should be quite a steep penalty. And then they can choose to either bring it or leave it behind. But like how steep is too steep? Like a +1 modifier? I don't know. Because anything that makes it with them to the very end, obviously they'll have to decorate their home, but if you can't make it through the trail, you don't really need it. There's a lot of dressers. There's more dressers than anticipated. But that's okay. I want a couple chest options, but not all of them. Because they're going to need to be able to store their money. Okay. Pretty, but decorative. I still might use it. Actually, no, I do want that. I'm still not 100% sure that I'm going to make them do water. God, I need to sit up. I need to sit up. That's exactly why that camera is like that, so that I can't hunch down. Okay, chairs. Hello, puppy dog. Actually, let's put them over here. And it's not like they won't be able to get things once they're at the end of the trail or whatever. It's just, this makes it a little bit easier on them. I'll put that out front just for fun. That's a pouty dog. No. Hello. It also helps me decorate their house, honestly. Recliners. Oh goodness, I don't know if you can hear her. She's throwing a fit. It's basically the same thing. Never. She's leaving. She's done with us. There's one thing I've always done that it's so helpful for decorating is just placing everything down and then running the lot as a business for like even a day or two. Because the Sims will of course come and buy things, and then it helps you decorate their house. Because you're like, oh, okay, I'll put this in your house. I don't think I have a ton of beds. What if I just put the beds outside? Weather, what is that? We do not know her. I'll say those are the same things, but also those look super modern. I went on a downloading spree, so some of this I'm like, meh. She's just out of camera view, but she is literally taking her blanket away because she's leaving me. I have the brattiest dog. She's too smart for her own good. When she's mad at me, she takes her blanket to the other room. She's like, no, we're not talking. We're not speaking. Oh, we abandoned it because I've started talking to her. Oh, the joys of owning pets. I know. She wants to play, but it's not time. I have to go to the doctor straight after this stream. Which, as I've mentioned a few times now, I'm not looking forward to. But after that, we'll play. I don't know if I'm going to finish this. I'm going to try. It looks too modern. Like sometimes you'll download something, it's like medieval, blah, 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 and you're like, oh, that's perfect. And then you'll get it in your game and you're like, that's not medieval. That don't even look like anything. Or Victorian. And it's just like, no, that is super duper modern. Alright, these they're gonna have with them, so they don't need to buy them. The only thing that I'm gonna put in here in terms of like tables they'll have to buy are gonna be like the fancier tables. I feel like that's a fair thing to make them buy. So anything that's not currently like a default on their lot, they're gonna have to purchase. And I don't see it as like them purchasing it. These are supposed to be their belongings they already have, but it's, I don't know, a shipping fee. This is their Amazon order. No. I don't like those. I think I downloaded 2 conversions or something of the same set, and that's why I've got some doubles going on. Like that, I think that's 2 people converted the same thing, because that's yesteryear sofa, yesteryear sofa. It's just they colored it a bit differently. And in that case, I'm fine with it, because it's a completely different color, but for other things, I'm like, I don't need to. Did I grab all of them? Yeah, see, that's the same thing. Just different color. Wait. Oh, wait. One of them has a flower on it. Fine. They might need another floor. That's why I made it a second story, just in case. All of this, I think, is just shop stuff, so they don't... Well, a shelf. They could need a shelf. This is just the most random assortment of things. I don't even care. I do want to put, like... Yeah, no, I'm gonna make them build those. These... They will have to buy that as well. A vanity, yeah, that's an item. This place is chock full of stuff already. We're not even to the decorative portion. That's okay. So as you might have guessed, we're probably not going to play the challenge today. But setup is important, especially if I want to make sure to get everything that I want and need here. Oh, these are super cool. So they're all different Simlish letters and like Western text. So I'm excited to use those, but not here. These can actually hang outside or downstairs. I don't want to use that because it's got... I like these, it's just they have English text on them and I don't want to use that. So yeah, what I think I'm gonna do, and we'll see this next time because I'll actually start playing, I'll create an NPC. His name will be Matt because this is Matt's general store. He'll run this for like a week so that when we start to play, we'll know the items that they own, kind of thing. And we won't see any of those items, of course, because they're going to be not locked away, but they'll just be in their inventory. And if they successfully make it, you know, all the way through, we'll decorate their houses. Still fun to see. These are the same. That's funny. I didn't even notice that I did that. I literally downloaded like non-stop for several hours and clearly missed some things. No, that's the same one. Okay. It happens. I don't know if I do this, if it's going to be hateful, but we're going to try it. Because there's only so much wall space here. We'll put this one upstairs. Because that'll actually be important in terms of if they want to go hunting or not. I'm going to basically use the rifle as a stand-in for ammo. So if they buy more than one, then they've got, you know, quite a bit of ammo. How far am I gonna get? Probably not very far. I'm trying. I've severely underestimated this entire project. Like, I was like, oh, it'll take me like 20 minutes the other day when I was like, to write rules and everything. No, 2 hours later, I was still writing rules. And then yesterday I was working on it, and then today, and I'm just like, eventually I'm gonna get to play it, right? I will. We'll get there. It's just the starting out. The setup is the longest yet most important part of pretty much any neighborhood you do. I'm just doing one color, like they'll be allowed to recolor whatever they want. Well, we don't need an awning, but curtains. Also, hopefully next time I'll be able to actually post the rules, so if you guys want them, you can play along with me. I don't like posting things that that I haven't done myself. Like, I haven't fully played through this challenge yet. And since I'm going to do that, I want to make sure, like, sure, 100% that it's where it needs to be. I know that's going over the window, but I don't care. I do care. That's a lie. That was a lie. I care. There's no help on that one. Alright, let's do some rugs. Try not to look at the clock. Oh no! Oops. Rug pile. Actually, what I should do is grab those shelves. Just so I can put more items. Not everything is going to slot to a shelf, but I can always try. What is this? Oh. Interesting. No, I don't want to use it here, so. Yeah, see, like that does not slot. Actually, I'm not gonna make them buy those. Eats a rock. What's that supposed to be? A spittoon! I'm gonna make them buy rocks, that's silly. I won't make them buy the deer either, because those will be for the hunting excursions. I do like all of these, but again, it's not. Have a longhorn. Okay, so that's the same thing. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that one later. Ooh, missing a mesh. Torix mesh. Okay. Fine. Yeah, a lot of these, unfortunately, I'm missing meshes because websites go down. In particular, Plum Upkeep is down right now, which very sad. Which, if you want to help out with that, they do have a Discord, and they are working on, which you can find through Tumblr, they're working on an archive to save as much as they can from the website. so that it's not gone into the abyss forever. Is it clipping? Yes. Do we care? No. I'm not gonna make them by the wagons. I thought about it, but yeah. Yep, they're not gonna want wolves, so I'm going to make them by that there. That though. How is it already almost 2 o'clock? No! No! Alright, we're gonna go ahead and call it here because, like I said, I do have a doctor's appointment, so I have to kind of leave. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go because I have to go to the doctor and I don't want to go, but I'm gonna have to. Oh, whoops. Stop it! Sorry, I'm trying to click to read this message. I didn't see. They have the actual files, just not the post pics. Oh, so I thought that there was a lot of files that were lost. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just spreading the word. But that's fantastic that they have the actual files. Because I have a bunch of it, honestly, in several folders. It's just I'm the most disorganized raccoon trash person on the planet. So, yeah. I would like to offer them, but organizing's a problem. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and scoot. I plan on streaming again on Thursday. We're going to begin the Lepacy, so it's actually going to be gameplay. And then next Monday, we're hopefully going to be starting the Oregon Trail Challenge officially, as in playing it. So we'll see how that goes. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I'll see you in the next, well, there I go with my YouTube thing. See you in the next one. I'll see you on Thursday.